wiesz co, ja siądę, a ty weź jeszcze jedno krzesełko tu, tak na boku na chwilę. Okay, dear all, I think that it's high time to start now. And I kindly ask Professor Stanisław Mazur, Director of Krakow University of Economics, to begin our conference.
Thank you. Good morning, very warm welcome. I am delighted to host you here in our beautiful city, Krakow. And the reason for our meeting is conference. The conference on shifting limits of state action. And this conference was originally supposed to involve issues connected to the recovery after the global pandemic. But taking into account what's going on outside of our eastern border, the organizers of the conference have decided to change the scope of the conference. Actually, also the situation in Ukraine will be the subject of our discussion. This conference, I'm sure, will be a huge scientific event. I am judging and formulating this opinion on the scholars, on researchers who are going to present their papers, but also referring to the topic of this conference. We'll have a chance, we'll have the privilege to hear many, I do believe, very stimulative paper. And the first debate will focus on the Great Social Revolution, and the second debate will be related to the New World Order. A time for new economic policy is another topic, and I also would like to mention the dawn of New Europe and final debate on confrontations. Of course, that I should mention also about the opening debate, the shifting borders of the West. I would like to thank a lot for accepting our invitation and taking part in this conference. There are many, very prominent scholars among us, and let me just mention a few names. I would like to welcome very warmly Michael Kennedy, Professor of Sociology and International Relations from Brown University in the state, and Justyna Garkowska, Coordinator of the Regional Program on Security. It's a Warsaw-based think tank, Eastern Research Center. Wolfgang Palver, Professor from University in Innsbruck. And also I would like to mention Piotr Arak. Piotr Arak is a director of Polish Economic Institute. So there's a very, serious person, and I do believe that this discussion and this presentation will provide us with a lot useful and stimulating information. I'm not going to talk too much, so once again, thank you for your time, thank you for accepting this invitation, and I hope that you also will have a chance to see the beauty of our city in the early autumn. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think now we can start our first debate. We'll start with Paweł Musiołek. I'm sorry very much. So first of all, our keynote speaker, the floor is yours, please.
Dear Rector, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the invitation. I hope everybody can hear me. I might do it without the mic, but it's wonderful to be in the lovely town of Krakow. I was invited by Marcin to talk on shifting limits of state action. This is a topic that is very dear to me. I'm very much interested in limits, and I took the liberty to provide you with some reflections on this very question of limits. I will focus most of my talk on the question of limits, and my talk will be focused on state action from a perspective that may be a bit unfamiliar. Some of you may have heard about Niccolo Machiavelli, who's very well known for many things, but he has a concept of fortuna where he talks about the wild torrent of a river a river that goes over its banks. It breaks the dikes and the dams. So this is a metaphor for history, for contingency. And this is very much, I think, the time in which we are living. States act, but their actions are somehow out of their control. And I think this is why I think I would like to start my thoughts on limits from this idea, a more natural perspective, so to speak, on the limits of state action. On 24th March 1999, the Prime Minister of Russia, Yevgeny Primakov, made the famous U-turn over the Atlantic. He was heading to Washington on the very same day when NATO bombardment of Serbia started. The Russians condemned what they considered an illegal attack against Serbia's sovereignty. The Kosovo precedent, as it became known in Russian diplomacy, has ever since served as justification for its various foreign policy goals. They defended the legal right to self-determination when it served their agenda. For instance, when President Medvedev recognized South Ossetia and Abkhazia in 2008, he referred to the Kosovo precedent. 6 years later, President Putin justified the annexation of Crimea, saying it was the same case as Kosovo. Kosovo meant the violation of non-interference in the name of a rival so-called liberal value. It was a humanitarian intervention, preventing a crime against humanity. But it was undoubtedly an overstepping of limits. Limits here could refer to sovereign borders as much as to moral and ethical boundaries. But I would argue that in politics, they primarily refer to a subjective defensive movement against threats from outside. That is the protection of a border. Do not come in. We protect our citizenship and can expel others from such spaces. The world is divided into territorial states. So a first assumption about the limits of state action would be that it is national borders that limit the action of the states inside, but therefore also limit the possible interference of other states within these spaces that are, so to speak, not theirs. Rampart and military walls, such as the Hadrian's Wall or the Chinese Wall, symbolize the defense form of self-protection for a long time. Most liberal states do not need walls of bricks or mortar. They have turned their internal enemies into friends in order to limit the violence, the illegitimate violence in their own territory. But in reality, the limiting border is a hybrid zone, a liminal space. It's not a strict geographical line. It's a dynamic expression of a spirit, of a political will, and of a social reality. Now, today, waning sovereignty is increasingly marked with walls and fences. There are approximately 17,000 miles of walls built in the last 20 years, and the number is rising. But there is an equivalent to the limiting aspect of the border, and that is the frontier. The frontier is the outside, the outward side of a border, of a grenze, of a granica, of a confine. And the frontier can be expanded into new spaces. It can be confidently moved further by a strong political center. For instance, in the United States, the frontier has been associated with manifest destiny. The expansion westwards in the 19th century was followed later by huge gains in overseas territory. The frontier myth, as it was called, created strong American national identity as well as an absolutist ideal of freedom. But frontiers can have a very different meaning. When borders change hands frequently, they prevent strong, reliable, and lasting political organization. Such was the story of the borderlands in East Central Europe. For quite some time, empires ruled the territories between Poland and Russia, Poland being an empire itself a long time ago. Limits and frontiers were much more liquid than elsewhere. Countries disappeared, borders were moved, populations were deported and displaced. In Poland's Second Republic, the newly acquired territories in the east were called the Kresy, determining the borderlands at the edge that was opposed to the Zagranicze, which was a clear granica, a clear sort of bordering limit in the west. Both in Polish and Russian languages, the common expression to designate these spaces was not only, but one of them was na Ukrainie, meaning not a border state, but a region or a piece of land. Since February 2002, increasingly, the term v Ukrainie is used, is becoming more prominent because it recognizes the statehood of Ukraine. But the bottom line is that for many small states, frontiers were not a promise, but a liability, not a perennial rebirth, but a metaphor for defeat, death, and sacrifice. I will only evoke the famous metaphor Clemenceau used in 1919 to designate the limit of spaces between Germany and Russia, and he called it the cordon sanitaire, which is a medical expression which wants to ward off an infectious disease, basically. So the idea to have a cordon sanitaire, this is an infectious disease that might come onto us because this is an area in which nobody really can be certain how the borders and the limits and the frontiers will be looking like, in about 10 or 15 years' time. We might argue that 1989 has changed all that and moved it into history. The promise of open borders spread across Europe. In the Schengen regime, for instance, borders became site of cooperation, peaceful exchange. The positive effect of globalization, so to speak, promoted openness. But the flattening of borders was not a one-way street. It turned out to be fluid and quite a chaotic redrawing of borders and limits. I only evoke the wars in ex-Yugoslavia, which exploded the former territorial space of Yugoslavia. The new border between Ukraine and Russia remained movable despite European efforts as of 2008 onwards to establish it as an eastern border of Europe. By 2014, only 222 kilometers of more than 2,000 kilometers of this border were demarcated. After 2014, many Ukrainians liked the idea of a wall between Ukraine and Russia, like, for instance, the Israeli security fence. On the contrary, for Putin, such a border was nearly non-existent. Russia's most potent weapon was to turn their common border with Ukraine into an extendable, moving frontier. So from a Russian perspective, it would be a very different concept of where the limit actually was lying. So such an extendable, moving frontier would push the post-1991 limits. Now, Europe's rampart wall with open borders inside has been transgressed from outside. This is what is happening today. So from a more theoretical perspective, we could say that power will always be unequally distributed. It will always be asymmetrical. The dominant powers, be they empires or republics or the international community, have greater possessions. They want peace. The Pax Augusta, the Pax Britannica, the Pax Sovietica, the Pax Americana. Empires want to defend the status quo of their possessions and trend-setting influence. However, we could argue we are in a post-war period. If we take the Cold War as it was cold in Europe, but it was of course a hot war all over the world. After 1991, this war ended, but it left not only winners, it left also defeated. Not all of these defeated were have-nots, but their status will have been downgraded and the pride humiliated. Many losers feel stigmatized, they are resentful and want revenge. And I would like to focus just very briefly on one aspect of how we could have come to this situation right now, where we have crimes against humanity going on, many thousand civilians killed. The numbers of the soldiers killed are contested, but they go into the tens of thousands. How could we arrive there? I think many reasons can be cited, and I'm not here to provide causality, but I think we'd like to emphasize one thing, and that is victimhood, and that is a vengeful victimhood. Now, human cruelty has always produced countless victims, and many authors, including Nietzsche or René Girard, in different ways have claimed that cruelty and sacrifice have also beneficial effect. They can bring out memory and ritualization of sacrifice and therefore pacify societies. But victimhood can also conversely become an ideological claim. It can be used for revenge and war. Mussolini bemoaned the mutilated victory, Hitler the humiliation of Versailles. The Serbs feared that the Serbian minority in Croatia and Bosnia could become the target of genocide. For Osama bin Laden, the war started in either 1492 or 80 years ago when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, or in 1945 when the atomic bombs were dropped. You could extend that list. But you could also say, of course, in some cases, like in Germany and Japan, the bad guys were removed, the territory was occupied, the war was finished, and it finished with a regime change. However, the end of the Cold War ended in a huge asymmetry. It ended in a symmetry where the deprivation was, so to speak, not absolute, but relative. What followed was, so to speak, a cold peace, in which narratives of victimhood on the side of the Russian Federation became the moral justification for revisionism. So in reality, I think the relations between states are driven by deep asymmetries. States can become jealous, suspicious, humiliated. Others can feel strong and triumphant. However, both have a tendency to overshoot and to transgress limits. In the words of Thomas Hobbes, another famous political theorist, I quote, "In all times, kings and persons of sovereign authority, because of their independence, are in continual jealousies, having their weapons pointing and their eyes fixed on one another, which is a posture of war." What does that mean? Often, globalization is seen as shrinking of the world. It facilitates fast context across former boundaries. But this may be too optimistic. It actually blurs limits. It removes boundaries of mediation. Such removal has very different meanings according to state traditions and cultural memory. Let us look at the Schengen system in the EU. From inside, such a system homogenizes human lives. It imposes a set of common denominators, a labor market, a currency, consumption patterns, and so on. From the outside, however, it can lead to a vision of a heterogeneous, diverse form that this intensified contact within that area could look either strange, alien, menacing. It could look as if it is a major impediment to the aims of that particular state. So globalization also expands the world by creating an awareness of difference. So from an American frontier perspective, right, Kosovo was a hallmark of liberal internationalism. The Russian and the Serbian perception of the Kosovo intervention rejected this. It saw first and foremost the principle of liberal interventionism. So from a limit perspective, liberal internationalism is not a promise, but a liability. In a plural world, it will always be the case that the homogeneous liberal global space may be threatening to some. So I'm coming now to my central thesis. The material bases of power are always limited. However, the ambitions to rival other powers, to gain glory, status, honor, justice, are unlimited. What we usually call will to power is more aptly described as the contaminations with desires for power. Imperial overstretch is limited only in reality, not in imagination and desires. Desires for power they indicate incompleteness, something's lacking. Hannah Arendt, another theorist, put it once in the following way, I quote, "The will to power, far from being a characteristic of the strong, is, like envy and greed, among the vices of the weak, and possibly the most dangerous one," unquote. For the US, former journalist and theorist Walter Lippmann described the liberal absolutism of the American government as follows. He said, "Whether Wilsonian or isolationists. Americans are disposed to think that the issue is either this or that, either all or nothing, either isolationism or globalism, either disarmament or atomic bombs. There is no place in this ideological pattern of the world for adoption of limited ends or limited means, for the restoration of an equilibrium. There is no place for that. That was said in 1947 at the beginning of the Cold War. So this is the key problem. The key problem is that state power can only be subject to laws and limitations if one admits that the phenomenon of power has limits, that there are things that must not be done. Now, today, we talk a lot about red lines, constantly. You must not do this, you must not do that. In reality, human organization in the form of states has crossed basically all the red lines in the last 100, 200, 300 years. You can name it, depends on where you're looking at. I don't want to go into a history lesson about that. I think many of us know what we could think about. So the spur of competition drives rivalry to points beyond all limits. A critic may say, of course, that states are realistic. They have material power, they have security needs, they have political rationality. But in a plural world, reality is against a widespread conviction, not defined by the facts or by the interests. Facts never really express the whole of reality. For instance, billions of people have faith in stories of prophetic and redempting character. They promise salvation, eternal life, plenty of spiritual goods. Conversely, a vacuum can open up under the feet of even the most powerful governments, let alone exhausted and traumatized societies. Even in normal times, the most informed government cannot say what is really going on in the world. Who in 1913 could have predicted the outbreak of war, the Russian Revolution, or the rise of Nazism? Who in 1988 predicted the collapse of communism and Soviet Union? Who? Only in the 21st century, in the first 20 years, we had 9/11, the global financial crisis, the refugee crisis, the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and they have dramatically exposed the lack of strategic thought. So many, including the Ukrainian leadership, refused to believe Putin would invade Ukraine. So the fullness of reality is inaccessible. When the ground is swept away under your feet, we need some premises to impose some structure onto a messy reality. One such structure is to close ranks and to expel a scapegoat. Very famous example is, of course, with the beginning of World War I, right? Complex societies were turned into communities of faith. In France, we had the unbreakable sacred union. In Germany, we had the Burgfrieden. We had, you could say, propaganda, mass propaganda. But we must be aware that even in democracies, public opinion can adopt that form of mass propaganda. I will quote another unsuspicious source, and that is George Kennan, the American politician and theorist who invented this concept of containment, who said, "There is nothing in nature more egocentrical than the embattled democracy. It soon becomes the victim of its own war propaganda. Its enemy becomes the embodiment of all evil. Its own side, on the other hand, is the center of all virtue. If we win, then everything will be possible. All problems will become soluble. The one great source of evil, our enemy, will have been crushed. The forces of good will then sweep forward unimpeded." So, we have established so far, and I think that was my sort of like thesis and outline, and I would like now to come to some consequences, or to the questions whether we can restore limits and how we can, in a way, cope with this ongoing war and with the threat that this rivalry goes further and further and further and drives humanity into actions that may actually end humanity or the global order in the way we have come to know it in the last 30 years. And I would just outline some dilemmas. So one thesis could be that the more the limits of the liberal order expand, the more there is a greater vulnerability towards internal enemies. It can be visible, but they can also be invisible. So enemies are not any longer states or other civilizations, but we have emerging front lines inside societies. So no doubt that there are benefits of liberal internationalism, and they have been huge for many. For instance, innovation, opportunity, wealth, freedom, exchange of goods and ideas. But liberalism has also hyper-globalized, and it has not resisted its own imperial aims. For instance, in the war on terror, liberal states have, under the guise of universalism, violated the recognition of sovereignty of some states. Drone attacks and special operations against ISIS and other terror organizations have been undertaken not as acts of war, but as acts of counterinsurgency. So in that sense, the insurgents would be depoliticized. They rebel against, they don't have a legitimate political claim, but they rebel against the universal order, which is not legitimate. Second, more seriously perhaps, climate change. The notion of soil and territory is changing, and the ground is giving way under our feet, so to speak. Causality, we have a situation in which territory cannot be defended anymore other than as a form of sanctuary. There are good territories that are more protected than others. But the idea that sovereign territories in the terms of state borders can be protected as you can perhaps hear in the seminar room, you know, this is how the world is since 1648. I think that seems to be more and more a thing of the past. Now, most of these problems are, so to speak, also homemade. You know, we had adventurism, we had gunboat democracy, we had several interventions that ended in disaster. I mean, only mentioning Iraq and Afghanistan, from which the West withdrew after a huge expense of material, money, and people. And in the COVID pandemic, governments invoked the invisible enemy. When you just look at the rhetoric of major governments all over the world, it was, we are in a war against an invisible enemy. Now, how did states deal with that? They dealt with it with certainly loads of actions, which I can't go into it, but one thing was certainly the need to sacrifice individual liberties. And this was another form of creating borders and limits, limiting the space of freedom inside societies. And I don't want to go into any empirical demonstration of that. I would like to take a quote from a theorist from the 16th century, Jean Bodin, who's a theorist of sovereignty, who said, it was the precursor of the passport and of the QR code. He said that universal registration makes it possible to get rid of those parasites which prey upon the commonwealth. Now, you can of course see parasites both as a parasite as the microscopic virus, but of course here we're talking about other forms of parasites as well. We're talking about other forms by which states can control the movements and can control the whereabouts and the future prospects of people, who can also be, by the technological capacities we have today, you can basically try to figure out who is the enemy or who could be potentially an enemy, and you have incredibly powerful technological means to then separate the good from the bad. Of course, and now I would like to talk a little bit more in detail about what we are witnessing today. The greatest enemy today is, of course, Vladimir Putin, right? And he is the enemy of the liberal world order. He is the enemy of peace in Europe, and rightly so, However, far from being an alien who came from another planet and jumped on us and suddenly disrupt us, he actually has grown. He's a homegrown product, so to speak, right? He has grown following the liberal logic. So often people ask, what does Putin actually want? And the best the best answer to that I heard was given by Vladimir Pastukhov, who actually said, look at Pushkin's fairy tale, The Golden Cockerel, which is a short fairy tale about the Tsar Dadon and who wants to control his territory. And he puts a cockerel up there, high up, who should actually sit high up and control all the movements in the realm of the Tsar. So essentially, Putin wants command in what we could call the Eastern Hemisphere. And there is a good equivalent to that, and that is the Western Hemisphere. And where does the Western Hemisphere come from? There are ideas in Jefferson and so on, but the first open mentioning of that is in the Monroe Doctrine in 1823, where the Americans basically established the Western Hemisphere as this sphere of influence in which the US limits the influence of European powers. Nobody come in. America, the whole of America and South America is, so to speak, theirs. So the Putin desire for power is, so to speak, not autonomous. It actually is attracted by something that he sees as a model of glory and of status. Putin's goal is parity and respect. There are many other goals, of course, right? I'm trying to look at it from this relations between states that are driven by jealousies and envies and mutual desires. Of course, however, the asymmetry is glaring. By 1900, Russia possessed nearly a tenth of the world population and 10% of the world's GDP. In 2022, it has a declining demography and a share of less than 2% of the world's population. And life expectancy has dropped ever since 1991. And Russia's ambition was not always geared towards the past. In 1931, Stalin said, we are 100 years behind and must catch up within 10 years. But he bet on a future of industrialization. In both cases, however, envy and desire for status and glory seen in a rival are decisive to pull this and to create the situation. Of course, this is not an automatism. I'm not a structuralist who would say there is an inevitability. Putin could have said, I don't invade Ukraine, but I invest all that money in, I don't know, pepping up my industries, putting the money in the region of Russia, or basically doing something for Russians inside Russia and not sort of like take a war which is completely uncontrollable outside Russia. The US may be Putin's greatest rival, but is of course also its model. For Putin, the US overstepped limits, and now he thinks he can do the same. And we may of course say, who cares what Putin wants? Western military, economic, and moral support will probably carry Ukraine towards victory. But I think it matters to a considerable degree. The more the liberal order expands, the more risk-averse its citizens become. After 1945, Europeans developed a form of coexistence in which they aimed to civilize tragedy. No preparation for war, but care for good business, so to speak, from heroism to consumerism. Putin's authoritarian repression is out of tune with such a mood, right? However, the mood has been quite effective. Don't forget, in 2014, Putin made something very similar to what Hitler did in 1938. He occupied Sudetenland, Putin occupied Crimea. At the time, British Prime Minister Chamberlain said, we cannot do much. Czechoslovakia is a country, a faraway country about which we know nothing. Czechoslovakia was 20 years old at the time. In 2014, Ukraine was 23 years old. So appeasement is something that probably Putin still hopes to get. What he hopes is, of course, a low morale in the West, high inflation, high energy costs, and so on. That is a serious concern. But there is a more serious concern, and that are 2 points. One is that the moral high ground, if left only to the devices of states and their ambitions, is capable of the greatest evil. I would perhaps not say the greatest evil, but I would certainly say you can sell the future for the present or for the past. I will just quote Adam Smith in The Wealth of Nations. Adam Smith, the great theorist of the markets, says that he opposes the desire which prompts to spare to the desire which prompts to expense. So in his time, in the late 18th century, he would give priority to the value of greater future benefits at the expense of those closer to us in time. So for him, economics was about caring for the future, not caring so much for the present. Now, contemporary political economy, it does exactly the opposite. It radically reduces the future horizons to the now. It progressively is invaded by an overwhelming inflated present. And you can look at the numbers, at sovereign debt and budget deficits in the last 20 years that have massively compromised, of course, the future of the generations to come for, of course, the benefit and the necessity to deal with these huge crises and therefore, of course, burden the budget and to that extent also burden the future of the future generations. But there is another more serious problem, and that is the problem of nuclear weapons, right? And I would here just mention one thing, and that is that the US is the only country to ever have used atomic bombs. Truman justified this with a higher good, and the higher good was to save lives of US soldiers. Nowadays, historians concur on the much more likely hypothesis that it was done to impress the Soviets, the emerging new enemy. Be it as it may, it is clear that the doomsday clock, a device designed by the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, ever since 1953, when it stood 2 minutes to midnight, has now moved to 100 seconds to midnight. So let me repeat Lippmann's point. There is no place in this ideological pattern of the world for adoption of limited ends or limited means. Nowadays, serious scholars and politicians and military strategists talk about the use of the legitimate use of tactical nuclear weapons. After 1949, the US population and Europeans lived in pervasive fear of becoming victim of a nuclear attack. Mutually assured destruction worked not because it promised the safety of humankind, but its destruction. And I think this is the prospect of us, for us in the next generation to come. I wonder how you can win a war against a nuclear power if that nuclear power is not invaded and if that nuclear power doesn't undergo a regime change which keeps the country stable. But I will, another 5 minutes and I will just come to my conclusion, which will not be a conclusion, it will just some questions to me and to you. I doubt we can break the spell of presentism. It is the bread and butter of representative democracy. It will drive military expense, deployment of troops, and readiness for war. But there are venerable traditions in political philosophy, ranging from Plato to Montesquieu, to Wilhelm von Humboldt, to Burke, Camus, or Hans Jonas. They emphatically state there must be limits in politics. There must be things that must not be done. One way Plato would say is we need a form of justice. Civil war is worse than external war. External war requires primarily courage. Avoiding civil war requires some form of justice. The problem is we are, I think, already in different forms of civil wars. Ukraine versus Russia is an interstate war, no doubt, but given the long, deep-standing traditions and the sort of like, the commonness of language and culture, it has aspects of a civil war, and you see it in the fact that many families, have members on both sides, and people in Russia often don't believe what is happening in Ukraine because they prefer believing mass propaganda than listening to their kids who tell them what's really going on. There is also civil war in Russia going on, some form. You know, Putin has used that to really get rid of any form of opposition and to drive out most liberal opponents. But there is also the element of a European civil war going on, reminding us of 1914 to 1945. And this European civil war had a number of great problems. And I would like to just use two quotes that help me, sort of like, because they are in the past, but they very much speak to us today, that help us sort of in a way sense what is going on. One is a quote from George Orwell, and he writes it in 1941. He says, "As I write, highly civilized human beings are flying overhead trying to kill me. They do not feel enmity against me as an individual, nor I against them. They're only doing their duty. Most of them, I have no doubt, are kind-hearted, law-abiding men who would never dream of committing murder in private life. He is serving his country, which has the power to absolve him from all evil." Unquote. And a second one, and that's already sort of like, I would just use only 2 or 3 quotes just to ask questions to myself and to you, because I don't really have any informed and conclusive answers. In 1943, Albert Camus in France writes to a German friend, he says, "But we will be winners thanks to this very defeat, to this long journey which made us find our reasons, to the suffering from which we felt the injustice and learned the lesson. We learned there that the spirit can do nothing against the sword, but that the spirit, united with the sword, is the eternal conqueror of the sword drawn for itself. For that we had to see death and risk dying. We only own what we have paid for. The question is, what could be the spirit, and can we win?" And I don't see at the moment we have a spirit. This is the spirit that unites, so to speak, the Western international community. But tragically, this is also the spirit that may escalate the situation, and there may be a price to pay for us all that will end up with a situation in which nobody will win. There is a form of overemphasis on one's victimhood and overemphasis on the past, and certainly the Russians are very strong in doing that. In the 29th of August, by that date, UNESCO counted damages or destruction of 183 cultural institutions in Ukraine. So it's also a war against Ukraine's past to sort of like prevent a future of the Ukrainian nation happening. But the problem of victimhood has also expanded into the West. The United States led a war against Iraq in the name of preventing weapons of mass destruction to strike us, right? So there is a greater tendency, and this is one of the greatest problems when we talk about limits, the tendency that aggression is couched in a defensive language. Clausewitz has written about that 200 years ago, where he said, the actor who introduces war is not the aggressor. It's always a defender. It's always a defensive proposition. From Hitler to Milosevic to Vladimir Putin. And that's sort of like a danger that is huge. I would like to end with 2 quotes now, and I would like to ask you and myself whether you see any sort of hope and viable pathway behind that spirit, because it is some of the most wise and hopeful messages that came from the recent past, but they look to us at this current moment as if they were from a different planet. But I'm using them because I still think there is something behind us, and we should stick to this message. So one is with reference to a child of Krakow, perhaps the greatest Pole in modern history, Pope John Paul II, when he said that Poland is not as developed
as Western Europe and the West is generally, but it has greater resources to mobilize spiritual self-defense against evil. And he was focusing on the evil of communism. Evoking the words of Paul in Romans 12:21, he said, "Do not be conquered by evil, but conquer evil with good." Poles could overcome evil because of their commitment to a higher spiritual good. And the second one comes from a Soviet nuclear physicist, Andrei Sakharov, of course, the father of the Soviet nuclear bomb, who said in his 1975 Nobel Prize speech, I quote, "We should not minimize our sacred endeavors in this world of ours, where, like faint glimmers of light in the dark, we have emerged from a moment from the nothingness of dark unconsciousness of material existence," unquote. So Sakharov's hope was that the majority of people in any country would have the intellectual freedom to prefer complete victory of the other system to the self-extinction of humanity in thermonuclear war. So I would like to leave it there, simply because I don't think I have any answers, but perhaps you have some, and we can pick up some of these ideas in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Professor Vedra, thank you very much for an insightful framework for our debates. And now I would like to give the floor to Paweł Musiałek, who will chair the first session, which has the title, The Brand New World Order, that is the question. And if I can ask you, Paweł, to move to this chair table and start the first session of our seminar.
So good morning, thanks for Marcin, thanks for the microphone, and we'll start the first panel called The Brand New World Order, and we will listen 4 speeches delivered by our guests, Justyna Gotkowska, Olaf Osica, Ustein Tuncio, if my pronunciation is properly, sorry if not, and online Pippa Malmgren. Thanks for coming, and after these 10 minutes speeches, we'll start discussion. I underline that this discussion will be not transmitted, and Chatham House rules will be introduced. And my first question is toward Justyna Gotkowska. This question is regarded the security situation in Europe, and the context of this question is, before the war, I remember a lot of seminars, conferences, papers produced in European Union regarding the security policy. All the time we discussed about how we should shape this policy, and you wrote a lot of papers about that. And I'm just wondering if the war changed the situation, and now what we should expect is that in the following years we will see a real invest in our hard security, not only invest in conferences, seminars and papers. And context of this question is that many people and an expert as well say now, okay, the war is something dramatic, but it's episode that could end, and after the war will end, we'll go back to business as usual and sacrifice our resources to other needs, because these needs, especially after the COVID-19 and after the energy crisis, are huge. So my question, Justyna, to you is that do you really believe that now the security issues in Europe will be treated seriously as a priority, or we shouldn't expect that? What's the scenario of the security policy in European Union and maybe the whole Europe as well?
Thank you, Pavel, for having me, first of all, in this panel and for the invitation to this conference. And thank you, Professor, for your very insightful input, where you mentioned unpredictability as an important trait in the history of the mankind and in the history of Europe in the recent years. And I think we live in very unpredictable times. So please treat my remarks right now as a kind of an attempt to predict, analyze the possible futures of European security and of what we will encounter after the end of this war. We'll still have a lot of debates, but I think we are, and I will come to that at the end of my speech, we have ended debate about European strategic autonomy in security and defense. I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the US-led effort to counter Russian invasion, and the stance of the biggest European allies, Germany and France, have in the eyes of many in Europe ended discussions on a European strategic autonomy, but I will come back to that later. I would like to focus on two issues. First on the scenarios for the end of the war, and then on the possible landscape of the European security architecture in the coming years. With regard to the scenarios, as much as the West is united in condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine, supporting Kiev rhetorically, humanitarily, financially, economically, and of course with weapon deliveries, there are different perspectives in the West what kind of an end of this war we'd like to achieve between Ukraine and Russia. And from the Eastern flank perspective, it's clear that Russia needs to be militarily defeated in this war in order to introduce domestic changes, not only with regard to getting rid of Putin's regime, but also with regard to dismantling the neo-imperialist thinking in Russia and bringing about the awareness that the country would never be or should never be an empire again. Only this can guarantee in a long-term peace and stability in this part of the European continent. For that to happen, Ukraine needs now as much military and financial help as necessary to win the war. The EU and NATO membership for Ukraine, and not only, should in the long term seal the strategic defeat of Russian neo-imperial strategy and thinking, contributing to necessary domestic changes in Russia at the same time. With the announcements on the annexation of the occupied Ukrainian territories and the partial mobilization and Putin's nuclear threats, we might be now in a defining moment of this war. And the West needs to decisively increase arms delivered to Ukraine, including main battle tanks and infantry vehicles, in order to allow Ukraine for successful and more effective counteroffensive, and in order to send right signals to Russia and together with sanctions, further sanctions to introduce more pressure on the regime. And the position of the US here will now be crucial. We have seen that since the beginning of this year, Washington has been cautiously extending its military support to Ukraine. The Biden administration is taking into consideration the risk of miscalculated decisions by Putin, including the use of nuclear weapons, but continuously extends its deliveries of arms and military equipment to Kiev, also under pressure from the Congress. So from the perspective of Washington, the end state of this war is kind of evolving and developing. On the other hand, we have, however, France and Germany that take a much more reluctant stance on arms deliveries to Kiev and generally on the end state of the war, even if they are part of the Western coalition and of the Rammstein group sending weapons to Ukraine. Both countries have extreme difficulties in imagining and planning for a Russian defeat and are led more by fear of what can come with that, both on the battlefield, like nuclear strikes, and politically in Russia. Hence, they seem to prefer scenarios in which neither Ukraine regains its territory to the full extent, nor Russia takes control of Ukraine. France does not want Putin to be humiliated and wants to be a balancing power on the continent, according to the recent announcements of President Macron. This is reflected in pretty small French armed deliveries to Ukraine, amounting to less than 2% of overall military cargo that has been sent so far. Germany, on the other hand, is conducting its Zeitenwende and a rethink of the energy policy, Russia policy, Eastern Europe policy, and security policy among big domestic controversies with regard, first of all, sending arms to Ukraine. New paradigm clashes with old dogmas and old thinking. And the Chancellor bets on the scenario in which the war will flee sooner or later and the situation stabilizes. Ukraine is then to be supported as much as possible, but Russia is not defeated and Putin regime possibly remains in place. Inside the West, we have thus different strategic goals with regard to how this war should end and what that implies, what that means for European security. The scenario favored by Eastern flank would lead possibly to Russia ceasing to present a direct threat of a military nature, but also might lead to a destabilized Russia that poses challenges for the West, hard to predict, but which are assessed as less threatening. The scenario favored by Germany and France would lead to stabilization of the conflict, however, with Russia presenting a continuous threat, not only to Ukraine, but also possibly to Eastern flank countries, with Putin weakened but still in power and his neo-imperial plans in place. It does not exclude that sanctions might be partly withdrawn at some point in the future. Therefore, security of not only of Ukraine, but also of the eastern flank is being decided upon in this war. And what is the reaction and response of institutional response to the Russian invasion? I'm coming to the second point. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has proved that NATO is very much alive and needed in Europe, and as I said, has silenced so far the discussions about European strategic autonomy in security and defense. This is obvious for Eastern flank countries. This is seen also in the current German debate and in the new German government's representatives who are working or developing a new national security strategy. France has its own ideas, and Brussels wants continuously to expand its powers in the area of security and defense policy within the EU. But I see three game changers within NATO. And the first one is the unintended consequence of the Russian war. This is the Sweden and Finland becoming members of NATO. And this changes profoundly the military balance in the Baltic Sea region, making it an inner leg of NATO, denying Russia possible advantages coming from the hitherto formerly non-aligned status of Sweden and Finland. Including Sweden and Finland in NATO, NATO's defense planning will limit to a great extent Russian room of maneuver in conducting any aggressive military adventures in the region. Second game changer is the new strategic concept, where Russia advanced to the most significant direct threat to the security of the alliance, and where the collective security became the foremost task for NATO. But still, there are no revolutionary changes to the military posture of the alliance on the eastern flank, and no shift from forward presence to forward defense, which creates some challenges for the region. But instead, a new NATO force model is to be created. This force, a high readiness force of several thousand soldiers. And if implemented, it will be a significant change in NATO's posture and military thinking. But this implementation depends, of course, on an increased defense spending of the European allies in the coming years, on the modernization processes and on sticking to the notion that we still live in the Zeitenwende. And Germany is here, of course, important, and we'll see in the coming years whether the 2% of GDP for defense will be continued to be spent after the funds from the 100 billion euro modernization fund are over. And I think that the third game changer might be a different position of the eastern flank within the alliance and within Europe, with a stronger position of Poland as a pillar of regional defense and deterrence efforts. And currently, there is an understanding in Poland that we need to ramp up the modernization of the armed forces, as the invasion of Ukraine has shown that how decisive is the resolve and capabilities of the attacked country, on which support from partners and allies to a large extent depend. What about the European strategic autonomy in security and defense? It's not anymore on vogue, as I said. And this has been a quite wide understanding, even before the war, that the EU should focus on crisis management operation and be supplementary to NATO. And I think that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has supported and underlined that this claim is quite valid. However, one can expect further attempts to strengthen arms industry and organize procurement procedures with the EU, which, however, will be confronted with the immediate needs of many allies that the European industry is currently not able to meet. European strategic autonomy is being thus currently replaced with the notion of strengthening Europe's defense, meaning European efforts or European pillar in NATO, enabling national armed forces and strengthening military-industrial cooperation in the EU. To sum up, European security and security of the eastern flank will depend on the course of the war in Ukraine. NATO is here to stay, with European Union playing a supplementary role, but with continuous controversies about more industrial integration and EU military structures. Stronger regional defense and deterrence posture, with Poland taking up an enhanced role, is a must. But as security environment is fluid and unpredictable and constantly changing, the incoming US presidential elections might have an additional input into the debate about European security, although I suppose a different one than in 2016 with the election of President Trump. And here I'll stop, and I'm looking forward to the discussion and the voices in the panel of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks very much for these landscape and scenarios. And my second question is to our guest from Norway. Åstein Tunsia is the author of the book regarding the bipolarity of the world. And my question is that, do you think that the war which started in Ukraine means that this bipolarity accelerate? I mean, this two block, the Western ones, democratic countries, US and Europe, democracy versus autocracy, Russia and China. Do you think that these two blocks, after the war started, accelerate the competition? Or do you think that there is something interesting who underline that, look, the West is not one block because we have different interests. Justyna said that there is some interest between France, Germany, United States, Poland, and there is very hard to coordinate policy toward Russia, toward China. And in the other hand, we see that China is very careful by means of support to Russia. So I'm very curious what's your answer to this question, and of course feel free to comment what was said before, and feel free to answer the question that we put in the name of this panel. 10 minutes, please.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you for the questions, Paul. First, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. It is very interesting to come from Norway and to come to Poland, bordering Ukraine, and being so close to the war in Europe at the moment. So I have my deep respect for the struggle that the Ukrainians are fighting, and also all the support that Poland is providing to Ukraine in this war. I think my remarks here today will look more broadly at this the topics for this conference. The keynote address was very interesting. I think one word was missing, and that is China. So I will try and bring this into the debate, and some of the other presenters has not mentioned this. But I'll go to your questions first. I think the war in Ukraine has accelerated the bipolar divide, but of course Russia is no pole in my bipolarity argument. This is a new bipolar system that we are entering, and the United States and China are the two superpowers. They are much more powerful than any other states in the international system today. But yes, this bipolar system has been more consolidated by the war in Ukraine. And I would argue actually that the West is less divided after this war than it was prior to the war. I think actually Putin was, and also probably the Chinese, were looking upon the West as divided before the Ukraine war. And they assumed that they would continue to be divided after Putin initiated his special military operation. They were plainly wrong, and I think we've seen a number of steps, both regarding Russia and China. The new strategic concept was mentioned. China is part of this strategic concept in NATO now. We have a new force posture in Europe. We have lethal weapon aids to Ukraine. We have a number of European countries reaching 2% of the GDP on defense. We have a stronger burden sharing. So I think this all plays into an argument that we see actually a more united West, although there are many challenges still, both when it comes to dealing with the Ukraine war, but also when it comes to dealing with China and how Europe should approach the emerging crisis economically, energy, and so forth. And thirdly, you asked about China's position. Well, China has sought to present its stance as neutral. Of course, China is not neutral. We could see this long before the war started. The Chinese were supportive of Putin and Russia's aim to sort of negotiate a new security architecture in Europe. And the Chinese were stating that they supported this. They thought that this was legitimate. And then, of course, the joint communique on the 4th of February between China and Russia pointed to no limits to the strategic partnership. And then, of course, both Xi Jinping and Putin were surprised by the outcome of the invasion of Ukraine. And clearly, the recent meeting between Xi Jinping and Putin in Uzbekistan showed that Xi Jinping is not happy about the developments over the last 6 months. But nobody imagined that when they actually met in Beijing on the 4th of February. And I think actually Putin told Xi Jinping that he would planning a special military operation, that this would go smoothly, quickly. There will be no sanctions. It will be similar to Crimea, and it will be over in weeks. Of course, he was wrong, but I think Xi Jinping said, okay, but you have to wait until after the Olympic. And I think that's what happened. And then, of course, the Chinese have shouldered the Russians with diplomatic support, with, of course, buying energy, helping the Russians on the technology side with semiconductors, 5G, They are organizing military exercises together still and conducted these, whether it's Vostok or in the Sea of Japan. So clearly there is still a strong commitment to the strategic partnership between China and Russia. Let me then spend the last 5 minutes to address the topic I was invited to talk about, which is this brand new world order. And again, I think we have to understand a new world order according to the distribution of capabilities in the international system. China's GDP is roughly 10 times larger than Russia. So if we talk about an international order, Russia has no role to play, basically. Russia is a big petrol station, exporting oil and gas. Except for that, it has no role in the international economy. China is a major player in the international economy, and this will shape a new international order. So I think this is important, and China is not as powerful as the United States, but the power gap is narrowing. In the early 1990s, the US economy was about 15 times bigger than the Chinese economy. Its defense spending was 20 times larger. Today, China has about 75% of the US economy, and its defense spending, the US defense spending is 2 to 3 times larger than China's. So if we look at history, there has never been a power shift similar to what we've seen over the last 2 decades. Never in the history have one state become so powerful in such a short time relative to all of the states. And this is creating this new bipolar international system, but it's not going to be this, we have this new Cold War debate, and it's very different. This new superpower rivalry is concentrated geographically in East Asia. Indo-Pacific will be the new power center in the 21st century. Europe will be the periphery. When we look at how they are interacting, they are not meeting each other on the ground as the United States and the Soviet Union did in Europe. That created a geopolitical dynamic that lasted for 40 years. East-West divide, nuclear terror balance, and so forth. Huge arms build-up. Today, the United States and China are confronting each other at sea. It's not a static East-West divide. It's a very dynamic, conflictual coexistence in the maritime domain of East Asia, whether you look at the South China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, or the East China Sea. So this creates different balancing. We don't see the same arms racing as we saw during the Cold War in this new superpower rivalry. And also the risk of war, actually. If we look 40 years ahead, I don't think we're going to see another period of the long peace that characterized the former superpower rivalry. So I imagine that we can actually have a shooting war in the waters of East Asia, specifically related to Taiwan. And if that happens, I think Europe needs to get its act together. So Europe has to take this new bipolar system seriously, because the United States is not, in the next 10, 20, 30 years, going to provide for European security and defense. The US provides more than 90% of the lethal aid weapons to Ukraine. It's a war in Europe. Why should the United States do that when they also have a much bigger challenge in confronting China? So yes, I think the United States will remain committed to Europe, but European countries have to start today to build the kind of defense and security posture that can deter and potentially also win a war against Russia in 10 or 20 years. And in that meantime, yes, Russia is weakened now, but they can be rebuilt, and they can be rebuilt through a strategic cooperation with China. So if we have a war in the Taiwan Strait, Europe has to be prepared for a war in, let's say, the Baltics. And today, we're far from that. If we take away the United States, because they're fighting a war in China, Europe is not ready for a war in the Baltics. So yes, Sweden and Finland will be an important addition to NATO. Yes, Germany is making an announcement that they will spend 2% of defense, which is really important and will create a new security dynamic in Europe if it happens. 2% of German GDP to defense is more than Russian defense spending. So Germany alone can match Russian defense spending. But they need to, build this up. And this coincides with all the kind of crisis that Professor Vidra pointed to, the undermining of a illiberal Western international order, climate changes, migrations, COVID, new emerging technologies, and then you can add the energy crisis, polarization within Europe, food crisis, debt crisis. The UK is going to spend more on defense, but how are they going to do it? By lending money. So this is not sustainable. So I'll conclude with this. My kind of input to this conference is to try to look at the bigger picture, look at the global power shift today, and look at how this affects European security. Because I think we have to start already now to be prepared for the next crisis. And the conference is actually called The World After Pandemics and the War in Ukraine. And the world after the pandemics and the war in Ukraine will be about the new superpower rivalry between the United States and China. Russia will take its time to rebuild, probably supported by China. And Europe has to take responsibility today to be prepared for a new war or crisis in 10 to 20 years. So I'll stop there.
Thanks very much. And the next question will go to Ola Wosica. This conference is not only about the consequences of the war, but the consequences of the COVID-19, because now I think that all concentrate on what's going on in Ukraine, but the consequences of the COVID is also important. And Olaf, I have a question to you about the global landscape and the question about the future of globalization, because during the COVID-19 and after the war started, there are many voices from the expert that now we are on the way to finish the globalization that we faced in the previous years, and now we are going to go on the road that is not stable, not globalized, more regional ones. And my question to you is that: do you think that the globalization that we face is over, or maybe these voices are overrated and we shouldn't expect any important changes? So please, 10 minutes. And of course, take into account the voices and theses that
of course, always. Thank you.
Before.
Thank you, Paweł. Thank you for having me here. Well, I am a doctor, but of social and political sciences, of medical sciences, so I will not tell you about COVID much. But let me start with the title of our debate, The Brand New World Order, because it reminds me, not only academic, but basically just, public debates after each and every crisis, how much change, how much continuity, with the final conclusion that it's both. Yes? So in this spirit, let me share with you a number of observations. Well, it's true we have two phenomena that overlap and contribute to new trends when we think about global politics. The one is, of course, COVID, and the other one is the war in Ukraine. To start with COVID, I think COVID has, because it still is there. I mean, from social political point of view, although the pandemic seems to be over. So the pandemic has two dimensions which are important. I mean, the first one, of course, refers to economy and to the breakdown of production chains with the principle of just-in-time mode of production. Yes, when you don't have to store things because you just put them on the assembly line when they appear. Yes, and the first lesson of pandemic was that, well, this kind of thinking about modern economy, modern production, actually stopped working because, you know, China, the US, and Europe all over, I mean, discovered for different reasons, from different perspectives, that this globalized world of, you know, of production chains no longer works. And it has tremendous implications. All this, the 15-minute cities. So the idea is that you have all services within the, you know, reach of 15 minutes walk. Yes, and the idea of the green city also refers to that. So green does not only mean that we want to have more trees or bushes in the city, but that we want to have some space when we can just, you know, go out, focus, work. Yes, so the pandemic has very much, I would say, contributed to this crisis of globalization as we know it, and the rediscovery that, you know, there is something local. You know, there are neighborhoods. Yes, so you can be well off, you can live, and you can be happy without actually just going, you know, from one continent to another. Yes. And the second, well, and then we get, so this is the first game changer. And then we have the war in Ukraine, of course, and it has two processes. The first one is the composition of the East. And the process started almost 10 years ago, 2013, 2014, with the Maidan revolution in Ukraine, then with the drop of oil prices, and the first, actually, wave of crisis that came to Russia. Yes, we remember, you know, the oil barrel just went down from around 140 US dollar to below 100, and then actually just to 1650. Yes, and that was a first kind of a shock. And then, of course, that was the first element when this, you know, I mean, looking from, you know, from today's perspective, of course, because now we know, we could say, I mean, at that time we didn't know it. So we could see that there was actually when this, you know, imperial idea of Vladimir Putin and Russia being actually just, you know, an equal partner, not only with the US, but also with China, that it, you know, kind of, you know, get into troubles. And then, of course, when we see what's happening now, we see that, you know, this decomposition of the East, as we thought about it, just as we knew it, is progressing. Russia is in retreat, and it's not only about just war in Ukraine and the military situation in Ukraine. It is very much about what is happening in Caucasus, what is happening in Central Asia, and actually the fact that this whole, you know, imperial idea, whatever the outcome of the war in Ukraine will be, Russia is weaker and weaker. Yes, and then we see, of course, when, you know, China, India policy, I mean, Iran, there was a lot of cheap talk, you know, there was a lot of support, which is actually a kind of a lip service. Yes, I mean, neither China nor India nor Iran are ready actually just to really, you know, commit their capacities, you know, and support Russia in this war. And my impression is that the more Vladimir Putin is threatening with the use of the nuclear, you know, war or nuclear threat, the less actually China, India, and other partners are willing to support him. Yes, because, you know, there are certain limits. Yes, you can kill people, you can invade countries, but you cannot start a global war and destabilize situation. Especially that when we talk about China, we see that there is this, you know, pandemic effect. China economic situation is really bad. I mean, this is the moment in which China needs to focus and have a stable global situation. So this is the composition of the East. And the second element, or the second process, which we see when it comes to war in Ukraine, it's a fresh one, and I would call it a consolidation of the West. And it, of course, refers to the return of the liberal agenda and the Joe Biden actually being able to not only revive, you know, the liberal institutional kind of thinking that very much resembles, you know, the old liberal schools back from the 90s, but he actually proved that they are serious. Yes, that the United States not only talks about liberal order, defense, but they do commit their, you know, defense capabilities, you know, financial resources, and also coalition building, which is very much important. I guess if it's of course, you know, the alternative history. This is not something what I like, but I believe if there is a key difference between Trump and Biden in the context of war in Ukraine is the Biden's ability to build a coalition. Trump would not be able to build any kind of coalition with anyone in Europe. Yes, and for me, this is the crucial moment. So we see that. So we have the pandemic, we have the war in Ukraine with those dimensions, and now they overlap, yes? And the thing is, how do they overlap and what are the consequences? And here I would say that when you look from the inside, yes, of the system, of the Western system, and you look from the economy, you see that the state is back, yes? So this old neoliberal approach, dating back to Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, 80s, 90s, I mean, is dead. I mean, the state was invited by not only, big companies, not only by people, by, international institutions, to help out when the pandemic broke out, or now with the war, but actually the state was invited to take more responsibility for what's going on. Yes? So in this sense, I mean, there is this Financial Times, motto: we live in financial times. Yes, I would say that we no longer live in financial times, meaning we no longer live in a world where big companies actually and the economy dictates governments what to do. It's very much the opposite. So we very much live in political times with the governments telling the big industry corporations actually how they should behave. And it's not only about the pandemic and the scale of state intervention, but it's also very much about sanctions. Yes, I mean, we are introducing sanctions to the extent in which actually many states undercut, the foundations of their economic model. Germany is the primary case of that. Yes, I mean, it's an export nation based on, export. The model is based on export to Russia, China, and now the government, the German government and the other government says, well, look, I mean, this is not going to work. Yes, so the state rules. I mean, that's the one consequence. The old neoliberal approach that actually it's economy stupid and that economy is governing the state, not the other way around. It's that. And then we have the revive of the liberal democratic ideas and actually revive of the liberal democratic order and thinking. So what does it mean for the question you asked me, just globalization? I would say that, I wouldn't say that's the end of globalization. I think it's a dawn of this, hyper-globalization just, yes? If we know the Dan Rodrick's globalization paradox and the hyper, globalization, which actually undercuts its it's undercut its own institutional foundations. So this is the moment. So we are fed up and we want to get rid of this hyper globalization. But at the same time, we want to have more sovereignty because the state is back. And this is what societies and nations expect from the state, to protect them against war, pandemics, whatever, all sort of crises. I mean, and it goes back actually 2008 and the Lehman Brothers. I mean, here the Polish experience is different because at that time we were just, quite away from those, processes and the financial crisis. This time, because of war in Ukraine and pandemic, we're on the same page with the most of Western countries and societies. So what it means, I mean, I would say that we have a definitely new context. Yes, I mean, this is the change. But what we have, paradoxically, we have old institutions. We have NATO and EU, which surprisingly were, with all these deficits and problems, I mean, both organizations proved their case. I mean, EU with the COVID reaction to COVID, then EU reaction to sanctions, then we have the US and NATO support for Ukraine. And we have old players with one, and here I agree with Oysten, the US and China are the ones who are actually just dividing now the international scene into two camps. So we have a kind of a sense of that the Cold War is back. It's a different, of course, Cold War, but this ideational element that actually the key competition between the US and China is not of economic nature, it's not of military nature. It's a competition between two different visions of world order. It's back, yeah. So in this sense, we can say that we are, although we are heading to, there are some elements of the new world order. At the same time, this new world order very much resembles the old world order that we known from the times of after the World War II. But of course, the actors and the context are different. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And my last questions to the last guest. Pippa Malmgren is online. Pippa, do you hear me?
I do, and all of you.
Perfect. Olaf said that the consequences of the war is consolidation of the West, and I'm very curious, what's your stance toward these theses? I mean, from the one perspective, we can say that we coordinate to some extent policy toward Russia because we put sanctions, we coordinate aid to Ukraine, and some of the experts underline that, look, that's a real chance to close together US and Europe. But on the other hand, there are some voices that, look, the common denominator is not very high, and still we experience the war in Europe, but still we need US to help us. And if you compare the level of commitments, the level of aid from the United States and European countries, there is still imbalance. And my question to you is that from the US perspective, this war is something that brings us more together, and US is satisfied with this cooperation, or maybe there are voices that, look, Europe discuss all the time about the autonomy, but when the events happen, still US is needed. And my question to you, what's your stance toward this discussion, and do you think that this cooperation toward Russia is a good information in the future when we discuss about the coordination toward China, because it seems to be much more important challenges, and our guests underlined. Pippa, 10 minutes for you.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the invitation to participate and that you're letting me do it from New York. I do think that the way we frame the problem does matter. And the media and, of course, everyone in Ukraine can't help but frame it as a specific problem in one location between Russia and Ukraine. But I think that actually what we're witnessing is a fight between the superpowers that has been underway since before the events in Ukraine began. In other words, what's happening in Ukraine is a symptom of a larger problem. And the superpowers have been at war with each other for some time in space, in cyberspace, in the realm of biotech, and as was mentioned, definitely on the high seas. All places the public could not see and militaries felt they could operate with impunity. And so, for example, I would say that when we look back, we will say that the war with Russia did not begin in Ukraine, but it began in Norway, when on January 6, 2022, the Russians cut the fastest internet cable in the world in Svalbard, which matters because almost every commercial and military satellite depends on that cable, as well as the International Space Station. And it is a double cable with redundancy. So when 6.5 kilometers of it went missing on January 6th, and the British head of the Defense Forces on January 7th said, under normal circumstances, this would be considered an act of war. This is part of the broader context of understanding how we're going to resolve this, because I don't see how a resolution between Russia and Ukraine is anything more than temporary or opens the door to further conflicts in other similar sorts of locations. What's required for a new world order is for the superpowers themselves to come to an agreement about a number of things. The irony is that the horrific events in Ukraine, combined now with the genuine threat of nuclear weapons, is actually causing the superpowers to shift their positions very, very quickly. I would say as well that what we're really witnessing here, I know it sounds very odd, but perhaps this is the true end of the Soviet Union. We thought it ended on the day after Christmas in 1991, and I'll say we as an American, we were naive and we assumed that Russia would figure out both democracy and capitalism on their own after having had no experience of either. And so the country basically has been controlled by savvy operators from that point, from the world of intelligence, the world of organized crime, the world of the oligarchs. And so the old Soviet Union was simply taken over rather than reformed or modernized. Now, because of the threat of nuclear weapons, whether they are deployed or not, this is now causing the Russian public to question what kind of leadership do we have and what kind of leadership do we want? And it's interestingly caused China to reverse its position from an unlimited friendship to say, actually, we think talks and a truce are the right way to go. And they've called for a ceasefire and solutions between all the parties' security concerns. And when they say all the parties, notice it's plural because they're not just talking about Ukraine and Russia. They're talking about all the superpowers. And notice that China at the recent meeting of the SCO in Samarkand basically said the stands of Central Asia are no longer Russia's backyard, they're China's front yard. So this is all about positioning between the superpowers. So I think what's important here is that in spite of the fact that the war itself on the ground in Ukraine is overwhelming in every respect, one has to step back from this picture and understand the broader perspective. And I think part of that is understanding Putin sees this war as one that runs from the Arctic all the way to the southern tip of Africa and is gathering cash flows from many locations across that very, very broad geography. He has been interested in the gas fields of the Eastern Mediterranean as a bigger part of the strategy in Ukraine. And now we have a situation where the threat of a nuclear weapon is genuine, real, and potentially imminent. So how do we manage it now? And I would quote Otto von Bismarck, who I think knew more about diplomacy than most of us today. And he said, diplomacy is the art of building ladders to allow people to climb down gracefully. Now, I know that's quite distasteful in the current environment. You can also look at Winston Churchill's view, which is diplomacy is the art of telling someone to go to hell in such a manner that they look forward to the trip. The point is, we need to swap blood for ink and replace war with constructive and committed words that we can all sign off on, meaning the US, China, and Russia, because Russia is not going to disappear. It may become smaller, it may be less powerful, but it is still going to be a neighbor to Ukraine. And if we've learned something from 100,000 years of human history, what we have learned is that condemning the vanquished and leaving them in crushing defeat inevitably causes everything to linger, fester, and come back with a vengeance. And so now, as we face the possibility of escalation and nuclear or other weapons of mass destruction, is really important that the global community, when considering the post-event world order, starts to think with magnanimity and equanimity and foresight, and arguably even the hardest thing of all, which is forgiveness. And I say that as an American from a country that dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Japan. But today, Japan is America's closest ally in the Pacific. And I say that with the context of the Second World War in mind. It took a long time for Europeans to speak to each other again. And even today, one could argue that Germany still cannot forgive itself for events that occurred. And we can look at even Northern Ireland as a place that, frankly, what brought that conflict to an end was that the economy began to produce jobs and made it less interesting to be part of the dark economy and organized crime and the fighting. So I think it's worth looking at Sir Stephen Lovegrove's speech that he did for CSIS recently, where he talked about building a new global architecture amongst the superpowers so that a Ukraine could be resolved. In other words, I'm not sure you can resolve Ukraine all by itself. This is going to require a new framework amongst the superpowers. And I'll just quickly list 5 things that I think need to happen in order for Ukraine to have a more permanent and guaranteed safety, and not just a temporary cessation to the current conflict that could easily come back to life with the slightest bit of wind. So number 1 is we need the superpowers to actually come together and agree on a new framework for the development, the storage, and the use of weapons of mass destructions. Technology has changed enormously, and frankly, no one knows what everybody else has. And so the level of fear amongst the superpowers is so high that it is resulting in conflicts, one of which is in Ukraine. Second, we actually need the superpower militaries speaking to each other again so that they can prevent accidents and misunderstandings and work through what they call deconfliction. And we don't have hotlines anymore between Washington and Moscow or Washington and Beijing. And given the speed at which these new technologies can be deployed, this is not like the Cuban Missile Crisis where we had 10 days. My father was an advisor during that period to President Kennedy. Today we have hypersonic weapons, and this is minutes, not hours. And so we need to restore the hotlines, even though, or perhaps because, we are at such a dangerous moment in history. We need a new framework for strategic security disputes to be resolved by dialogue and negotiation rather than by anything that threatens humans or the Earth environment. And that means that not just Ukraine, but other such disputes between the superpowers have a framework for discussion and dialogue rather than for weapons right away. This means we need to think about, if we end up with someone other than Russia's current leader, how will we quickly reverse and extend assistance to Russia so that it will not continue to behave like this in future? And we have a long history of embracing enemies between Nixon and Brezhnev, Gorbachev and Reagan. It's really important to think through, how do we help Russia not end up in the wrong hands in future? And finally, I think 5th issue is we're going to need human-to-human contact. We live in a world where governments and large corporations are not the best entities to be solving most of the world's most serious problems. Increasingly, it's small companies, startups, and individuals with purpose who are able to address the specific issues. I think today, these kinds of human diplomatic initiatives are going to be crucial to bringing to an end the hostilities and the argument that we have seen in Ukraine. To that end, the injuries of the heart and the soul, not only for Ukrainians, but also for Russians who did not want this, need attention. And that, whether that happens through hand-holding or storytelling or mutual grief, this is not going to end strictly by a military pact. It is got to be a cultural agreement as well. So this is a complex problem, but I think if the superpowers are already, frankly, beginning to move towards resolution, China is emerging as a peace broker, which creates a historic opportunity for the US to split Russia and China apart. If China is going to take more responsibility for what happens on the Eurasian continent, this is going to change the landscape. As for America, I wish that the White House could have the foresight that I'm arguing for. I fear they're so caught up in the day-to-day management that they can't think of a grand strategy, and they have forgotten about the Marshall Plan. They have forgotten that you have to think before the war ends. How are you going to create a future that everyone can participate in and have a better future in, so that we don't end up in this situation again? I'll finish with that.
Thanks very much, Pippa, for your voice. And now we'll start discussion. So the online part is over, offline part is started. Feel free to ask, feel free to comment, feel free to put your thesis. Mateusz.
It's not needed now. All right. So one question and one comment slash problem.
No, it was a Pink Floyd song. Is there anybody out there? Zapraszamy, między innymi pan Piotr Musiałek jest proszony na miejsce. Nawet swojego nazwiska nie usłyszał. Paweł Musiałek, przepraszam. To się nie dziwię, że nie usłyszał. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, my name is Jarema Piekutowski. I am a member of the team of a Polish think tank, Nowa Konfederacja, a sociologist. And I will have the honor to moderate the discussion about the great social revolution. This is what the organizer asked me to talk about. Oh my God, a great social revolution. These are big words. Are they not too big? Every century, every generation says that something that happened during their times is revolutionary. But my analysis of the last 30, 40 years shows that it's not an exaggeration. These are really times of some kind of social revolution, and we still don't know what kind of revolution it is. In the second half of the 20th century, we established, we established the global order we talked about in the previous debate, but also we established some kind of social order based on liberal democracy, on values, on common values, in the West, I mean, on common values, on globalization, on reason and education. And some people say that this order is now crumbling. It was the age of liberalism, of emphasis on the individual's freedoms, and so on. What happened in the last 30, 40 years? We had computer and internet revolution. This is the first thing. We had 11 September of 2001, and we had financial crisis. I'm saying what came before COVID-19 and Russia's invasion on Ukraine. What is the internet revolution? It's creating an entirely new developmental environment for people. People born in the 90s and later, actually for them, the online world is the main developmental environment, which actually means that they deal with another kind of reality than the physical reality the former generations dealt with. This online reality is easier to manipulate, to shape. Zygmunt Bauman talked about liquid postmodernity, and I think these are the times, this is the end phase of the postmodern revolution, because the dreams of postmodernists are coming actually true. We are really living in the society where the great narratives are collapsing, and there is a lot of small narratives, small and fragmented, so to say. And this creates a lot of opportunities of choice for people, but also it leads to a decrease in sense of security, even ontological security, so to say. And so we live in a world of paradoxes. On the other hand, there's a great movement for freedom and non-discrimination, sometimes called the woke revolution, but it is strongly criticized by the conservatives for it is a threat for the freedom of speech and other civic freedoms. We have the greatest opportunity to connect with each other, even from one end of the world to another, and still it's the age of rising loneliness, age of deteriorating mental health, although we have therapeutic culture and access to therapy better than ever. And this is the age of growing political polarization in the society. Polarization so big, which could be seen, for example, in the Capitol riots in the previous year, so big that it threatens the social cohesion in the Western world. I think it's based on some kind of problem with identity. The age of the liberalism, 20th century, was the age of individual identity. When there's a crisis of liberalism, we search for identities elsewhere, also in the political groups, and this is maybe why we fight with each other. And this is the place where COVID-19 and Putin's invasion on Ukraine come in. And there's a climate crisis lurking in the future. We've got to find some hope in this. So I hope personally that our guests will tell us something about possibility of hope in those times. And so, at first, I'd like to give the floor to Professor Wolfgang Palaver, a theologian and professor of Catholic social thought at the University of Innsbruck, Austria, who will give a broader historical perspective of this, a lot broader, because, as far as I know, he will take us back in time to 8th century BC. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, especially that you made the people already aware that I'm doing something strange. When I was asked to think about, are we in the mid of a great social revolution? Are we in the mid of a crisis? Of course we are. I immediately thought to go back to the axial revolution that happened between the 8th and the 3rd century BC, and that has influenced philosophy and religion in very different parts of the world. I will not go, however, into a detailed discussion of the axial age, but will discuss it with the help of Henri Bergson's last book, Two Sources of Morality and Religion, that was published in 1932. And I think we should go back to read that book, and it's much better than Popper's book on the open society. So Bergson, the French philosopher, distinguished in his book between closed societies at the beginning of human civilization and the open society that have become a possibility after the Excel revolution. Both these forms of societies are connected to different types of religion. The closed societies are based on a static form of religion as we know it from early tribal religions, and as it still characterizes Samuel Huntington's concept of a clash of civilizations. In contrast to this, we find the open society, which Bergson associates with a dynamic form of religion with its mystical core, as he believes to recognize it in the example of the Jewish prophets and their struggle for social justice, and above all in Jesus Christ and his call to love one's enemies in the Sermon on the Mount. Bergson's distinction can also be interpreted with the help of the French-American cultural anthropologist René Girard, who distinguished between the sacred of early religions and the holy that he found at the center of the Judeo-Christian legacy. Girard recognized that the religious revolution that characterizes the emergence of the modern world may result in a man-made apocalypse or in a fraternal world with a deep concern for victims. Early religions were the result of a scapegoat mechanism that channeled internal rivalries of a group towards a common enemy. This is the emergence of closed societies that were religiously supported by ritual sacrifices. The Excel revolution weakened the sacrificial breaks of these societies. Thus, an open society has become a possibility. The dark side of this development was that human rivalries and human violence have also been freed from its cultural container. In Girard's last book, Battling to the End, that he explicitly called an apocalyptic book, he describes the twofold legacy of the Excel revolution in the following way, and I quote Girard: "Freed of sacrificial constraints, the human mind invented science, technology, and all the best and worst of culture. Our civilization is the most creative and powerful ever known, but also the most fragile and threatened because it no longer has the safety rails of archaic religion. Without sacrifice in the broad sense, it could destroy itself if it does not take care, which clearly it is not doing." Unquote. This dangerous development has political consequences. We can no longer rely or really rely on external enemies to create internal solidarity as closed societies. Humanity, however, does not yet know how to foster solidarity among human beings without outside enemies. Several religious leaders encourage, therefore, today their followers to create fraternal relations with their local neighbors as well as with humanity as a whole. This does not mean that cosmopolitanism is the only remaining option left. We need solidarity on the local level as well as on the global level. I think we should opt for an open patriotism, as it was already mentioned by Bergson, and as it inspired the founding fathers of the European Union. Girard also mentioned the technological achievements that have followed the Excel revolution. Its legacy is also twofold. Many of us would probably doubt the optimism of Teilhard de Chardin in regard to the atomic bomb. And of course, I had the current war in my mind when I thought to quote to you the following that Teilhard de Chardin wrote. He said, "In exploding the atom, we took our first bite at the fruit of the great discovery, and this was not enough for a taste to enter our mouth that can never be washed away, the taste for super creativeness. It was also enough to ensure that the nightmare of bloody combat must vanish in the light of some form of growing unanimity. We are told that drunk with its own power, mankind is rushing to self-destruction, that it will be consumed in the fire it has so rashly lit. To me it seems that thanks to the atom bomb, it is war, not mankind, that is destined to be eliminated, unquote. We know today that this hope has not been fulfilled or has not yet been fulfilled. Will it ever be? I doubt it. Teilhard de Chardin was, however, more accurate, where he did not fully exclude the possibility of an apocalyptic end. He also wrote, obeying a law from which nothing in the past has ever been exempt, evil may go on growing alongside good, and it too may attain its paroxysm at the end in some specially new form, unquote. This brings me to the final challenge that I would like to address, the final challenge of today. Following Teilhard de Chardin, the Canadian media theorist Marshall McLuhan had a very optimistic view of the electronic media that will shape the future. He predicted in the 60s of last century that, quote, the computer promises by technology a Pentecostal condition of universal understanding and unity, a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace, unquote. Again, by looking at our world of today, we are far away from what McLuhan hoped for. Political polarizations on the local and on the international level have been increased by the business model that dominates most of the social media today. Like Teilhard de Chardin, McLuhan was not an optimist without second thoughts. It's very difficult, by the way, really to figure out what McLuhan was really thinking. He sometimes seems very optimistic, but there is a second side in his thought. When he was asked if the global village will bring peace and harmony, he emphasized the increase of diversity and envy, very close to Girard's insight how the modern world is challenged by the unleashing of mimetic rivalries on a planetary scale. And Harald already referred to civil war, and I think seen from the Girardian perspective, we see some elements of a global civil war going on. Or as Pope Francis said, there is a world war in pieces already going on in our world of today. But let me quote to you Marshall McLuhan's answer to the question, are you an optimistic defender of the global village? McLuhan said, and I think that's very insightful to understand our world of today. McLuhan said the following: there is more diversity, less conformity under a single roof in any family than there is with the thousands of families in the same city. The more you create village conditions, the more discontinuity and division and diversity. The global village absolutely ensures maximal disagreement on all points. It never occurred to me that uniformity and tranquility were the properties of the global village. It has more spite and envy. The tribal global village is far more divisive, full of fighting than any nationalism ever was. Village is fission, not fusion in depth. I don't approve of the global village, I say we live in it, unquote. In some lesser-known publications, Marshall McLuhan characterizes the electronic age as the age of the Antichrist, because it will be very difficult to distinguish between him and Christ. And I last quote from Marshall McLuhan: when electricity allows for the simultaneity of all information for every human being, it is Lucifer's movement. He is the greatest electrical engineer. Technically speaking, the age in which we live is certainly favorable to an antichrist. Just think, each person can instantly be tuned to a new Christ and mistake him for the real Christ. At such times it becomes crucial to hear properly and to tune yourself into the right frequency." Unquote. The challenges we face today necessitates a proper religious answer along the line of dynamic religion. Religion, however, is by far not the only answer that is needed. As we need new political concepts, we also have to find ways that our technological means help us to strengthen peace instead of increasing wars. A small step would be, for example, to change the business model that dominates the social media right now. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor. When I was preparing for today's debate, I was thinking about this introduction of yours about the question, is it really the age of the Antichrist? Is a technological slowdown necessary? Is the global village a bad place to live? I hope we'll talk about this later during the discussion. But now I'd like to give floor to our American guest, Professor Michael Kennedy, Professor of Sociology and International Public Affairs at the Brown University, who addressed East European social movements and systemic change, and has worked in the sociology of public knowledge. And today he will tell us something about the comparison of what COVID-19 and Putin's assault on Ukraine did to us, and can we name it an end of the era, end of the epoch? Professor, here you are.
Thank you very much. I want to fulfill every stereotype of the American. First of all, I have a PowerPoint. Second of all, I am more comfortable standing than I am sitting because my neck doesn't bend very far, so I can't see the rest of the people on this side. I can only look at you. And you are also beautiful, but this side is beautiful too. So I'm very grateful for the invitation to be here. Thank you, Marcin, and all of my colleagues that I have known already, but also those who I am coming to appreciate in this context. So thank you very much. I want to begin by building on the conversation so far. I have 3 points that connect me. But the first thing to say is that it feels like most of us think through these crises alone. And in fact, my own work has been, in the last few years, focusing on COVID, and if you want to look on Twitter, hashtag pandemic sociology, and also separately focusing on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It was only thanks to this invitation that I thought, well, the comparison is really useful because people are always talking about them now in the same breath, but rarely understanding one as well as the other. And so what I propose to do here is to introduce a method rather than a solution. And the first thing that I want to say, though, to connect it to the earlier debate, I've been participating in lots of discussions where we are replaying the same debate that happened in an earlier point. And that is, when is too far too far? And oh my God, this is recurring all the time. The first taste of this was when I came here to study the Solidarity Movement of 1980-81. That went too far. Then when Poland and other places were invited into NATO, that was going too far. Support of Kosovo, that was going too far. And every new investment in Ukraine's defense was going too far. So one of the things that I would prefer that we do is, instead of having the categorical distinction, either or, we're going too far, not far enough, we should just embrace the dilemma that we can't know. And in fact, one of the things Putin has in his toolkit is that he can play on these fears. This is his greatest weapon. So our courage, our resolution, our solidarity with Ukraine is, to my mind, one of the greatest assets we have for the defense of what is the good society. The second point is that I'm always astonished. Whenever we get into large discussions, we almost always fall up to the top and begin to have inter-imperial discussions, rather than thinking about struggles from within empires and what is just. So one of the things that I am struck by is that whenever I have this discussion, security experts will always tell me, you're not being realistic. But I will tell them that I am seeking justice. And to my mind, it's not clear that we can have realism without justice at its moral foundation. This is why accountability is crucial in the end to this war in Ukraine. Finally, we're often theorizing these alternatives from our own disciplinary perspectives, from our own forms of expertise. And I think we are doing injustice to the character of eventful change. Because each of these crises that we're living through are actually causing us to change what our expertise is and how we're framing questions. So, let me move beyond. This is what I had proposed to do, but I'm going to run out of time, given that I just gave that little introduction. But what I would do, and what I have done in the paper, which I'm happy to share with any of you, is to think about each of these dynamics through these various lenses. And as Jarema will testify, this is a very wordy paper. Too many words for a presentation like this. So I'm going to be happy to share with you the paper, but I'm going to give you an outline of it now. But I want to begin by looking at all of these different ways that we seem to be at the end of an epoch. Everybody has some story about what is the end of this epoch and how different events are shaping it. So I don't want to go through all of them, but let me just quote, for example, what happened yesterday when the UN chief himself was declaring that we are in such global dysfunction that we have to invent something new. So when we talk about epoch end, everyone is acknowledging it. But everyone is approaching it from very different points of view, not just geographical, but also intellectual or theoretical or disciplinary. So, as any good sociologist, I do define epoch end, but I'm not going to dwell on it. Again, you can see some of it here, but you know what I think is better in anything like this is more words. I'm not going to spend time here, but I want to show you these beautiful words that I have here, because these are the words that I have tried to use in the paper to contrast the character of these crises. And I'll put the PowerPoint on academia.edu later so that people can see it and spend more time with it. But rather than dwell on these words, let me give you a picture. In order to be able to put all of these things into a common frame, we have to begin thinking visually. We can't be thinking narratively. And so I proposed that we should look at each crisis, each thing, each event defining epoch end by looking at its core dynamic and thinking about whom we attribute to be the agent of destruction. What are the qualities and distribution of loss? What kinds of expertise give us authority to speak about those qualities? What kinds of resistance to that age of destruction are there? What forms of solidarity, visions of transformation, mobilizations of truth and conviction, and finally, unintended consequences? In some ways, I feel like we are afraid to talk about unintended consequences, except when it's somebody else's theory. We need to talk about the unintended consequences of our own projections. And I will give an illustration of that within my own frame. So I have the hubris, an American hubris, to be able to say, these are the core dynamics of each of these things. And here, this violence freed from ideology, sense, and culture to characterize the Russian invasion of Ukraine is not mine. You can see the origins of this in the paper. The deadly virus resistant to vaccination provoking quarantines, I think we all know that. I don't know that I could have come up with 5 words had I not spent 2 weeks trying to think about what those 5 words would be. If we are interested in who the agent of destruction is, we actually have a challenge. It's clear that Russia is the agent of destruction when it comes to the war of Ukraine. That's so clear. And the virus is also so clear. But we pretend to know what Putin is. What does Putin think? And everybody says, well, we don't really know. But then they offer their idea about what Putin thinks. Nobody really fully grasps what this virus is, especially as it continues to mutate. So one of the things that I think is really important about this contrast is that this crisis introduces a humility and a recognition of the value of science. This crisis does not introduce humility. It introduces anxiety. If we change to think about the distribution of loss, in the Ukrainian crisis, in the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the pain is concentrated, but it is dispersed as well. And we can easily see it in Poland. I remember saying to friends, it's not so apparent that there is a war next door. But they said, well, go to the educational system and see how many children are in Polish schools. But I'm struck by, when we think about distant effects, that we don't think about Africa, that we don't think about the famine, global famine, that we don't think about these more distant effects. I think one of the things that needs to be done when we're talking about the war in Ukraine is to globalize it, is to make sure that the effects of this are recognized. And I'm appreciative of what the Ghanaian president said a couple days ago at the United Nations, saying that for every bomb dropped in Ukraine, more people die in Africa. The virus, is the time up?
We don't have a lot of time because we have a third speaker, so...
So what time how much time do I have? How much time? Oh, I can do it in 2. Okay. So I will just go through. You can see this otherwise, all right? I don't want to take time away from Katarzyna, for sure. Let me just conclude, then, with this idea of thinking about alternative futures. Because we don't know what will be happening with the war in Ukraine. We don't know what will be happening with the virus. But we can establish scenarios, and we can talk about unintended consequences. One of the things that I want to amplify that was said earlier, that with Ukraine victorious, we actually have the chance for building a world order that is more respectful of reason and evidence, especially as the war crimes are documented and accountability is brought to justice. That's one thing. The second thing, however, is that we are so ready to forget about the rest of the world when we're thinking about the global crisis of Ukraine. We can't do that, because otherwise it will reflect, once again, the global North forgetting about the global South. I appreciate that we're in Europe and we're talking about European affairs, but I can't do that in the United States, given the global hegemon that it is, even if it's declining. The second, though, is to think about the epidemic, the pandemic. The pandemic is global. We recognize this. But we also recognize that I think we are going to see the world's authorities desperately trying to preserve the distribution of power and privilege. And who gets vaccines first, whose health is prioritized. We see this within nations, and we see this across the world. So, one of the things that I will conclude with then is that this is not just about the rule of law. This is not just about accountability. This is not just about violence. It's also about truthfulness. One of the things that concerns me is that we talk about polarization all the time, as if two sides are equal. They are not. We are seeing a war over truthfulness. And the pandemic offers us a chance to get out of that war. And depending on the outcome of the war on Ukraine, we might have an escape too, if Putin and other criminals are brought to justice. So I don't want to even go to this dystopian future just because time is up, but because also we need to think together across crises in order to be able to imagine how they can be articulated so that the victories are not localized. We need to have a globally resonant sense of epoch end. And I can imagine no better company than this in order to envision and imagine that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Sorry for being brutal, but you know, the debate has to have some time for it. And so I would like to invite the third speaker, who asked me personally not to speak as the first person. So I give the floor to Professor Katarzyna Kasia, professor at the Visual Culture of Faculty of Management of Visual Culture at Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw, visiting scholar at Princeton University, author of books on aesthetics mainly.
Thank you, Jerema. Thank you for having me here, and I'm so glad that I can speak as the last person in this round, because it was such a great listening to you, great experience, and I realized that sometimes we think alike, even if the subject is very broad, and that we can find different angles to see the problem of the great social revolution, and that we can talk about hope, we can talk about Henri Bergson, and we can also talk about the epoch that comes to an end. And I will make a step further, Professor. So I will start with a very strong statement, which is not only mine, but it is shared by the scientists specializing in the climate change. We are already after the end. So the world we knew and the world we lived in before does not exist anymore. And so maybe we can see an epoch which comes to an end, but on the other hand, we should be aware that the changes of the climate, the Anthropocene that you also mentioned, it is the end of the world as we know it. The changes have gone too far and the disaster cannot be stopped. And that's what the scientists, climatologists say. And we are mistaken by calling it the climate disaster, because the climate will change, but the Earth will remain, but with totally different forms of life on it. So the planet will stay, but we will go away. And most probably, or we can also say for sure, humanity will be one of the collective victims of the sixth extinction. So if we are talking about the Great Revolution, first thing we need to do is try to change the paradigm and trying to change the perspective, which is super hard, because how can we be post-humanistic or practice anti-humanism if we are humans? How can we stop thinking about ourselves as the center of the world? But the question is, what revolution do we need? And how could it be performed? In 2020, the traumatic experience of pandemic started. And it was the moment that changed everything. And we discussed the globalization, the consequences. We discussed the grief, the trauma, the deaths. And this is this hard and dark part. But on the other hand, Jarema wanted some optimism and hope. And Professor Palaver spoke about Henri Bergson, and I think that it will go in the direction of Elan Vital a little bit, and that we should think about some chances that we got. First chances given to us by the pandemic, it was the possibility, the experience of reduction of ecological damage caused by humans. So we were closed in quarantines, we were living under lockdowns, we were living in fear. So we were staying at home, and we realized that we can make our consumption smaller, that we don't have to buy so many things, that we can suspend, at least for a moment, the overexploitation of the environment, and we can stop the pollution. Everybody remember the pictures of animals coming back, like the dolphins, the turtles on the beaches, ferrets or hedgehogs in the cities, and many other creatures who were living hidden because they were afraid of us. This time, first months of the pandemics were the deep breath for nature. And the worst thing I can say that it didn't last long. It was a very brief period. And then we suddenly came back to the mechanisms of this global turbo capitalism in which we live. And at the first possible occasion, we tried to revive our economy and come back to the old habits. The second chance we got, it was the rapid development of technology. And of course, we can discuss if technology is good or is bad, but in this very time, it was the only possibility of having contact with each other. Here, during the debates, we were speaking a lot about the value of having contact with other people. And this sudden acceleration of development of technologies, the immediate growth of the number of users, from our point of view, as the humankind, it was the only chance of working, because we could work under the lockdown. And even though we didn't like this online working, it was the only thing we had, and it really passed the exam. And also, technology gave us possibility of social interactions. Akila Mbembe, in his text from the first weeks of pandemics, described our situation as sitting in some holes digged in the earth and connecting with this new media. And of course, there is also this very important issue that you mentioned, Professor Kennedy, I mean the inequalities. So not everybody had an access to the online life. Another great development, it was the development of medical technology. Here we faced a revolution, really, extremely rapid and very effective works on the vaccines. In less than a year, scientists created vaccines with 90% effectiveness. And of course, people did not trust. And we had this whole anti-vaccine resistance all over the world, and vaccine skeptical people. But the solution was there. And of course, you also mentioned the inequalities in the access to vaccines, which is super important. And it describes us in a way of not being super smart, because, you know, things like vaccines should be distributed evenly, otherwise they have basically no sense, because it has to be for everybody. So this was another chance we got, and I don't know if we can say that we wasted it totally, like this ecological one, because we still can live online, even though we don't like it, most of us. And we have vaccines, and more people are vaccinated in the world. Of course, the evaluation I prepared and I'm briefly presenting here can't be definitive, because the pandemic has not ended yet. We still live under the circumstances of pandemics. And the moment when we stopped thinking about pandemic, it was Putin's invasion on Ukraine. This was the moment when, in our newspapers, in our perception, the pandemic just ended like this, briefly. The paradigm changed, the constellation, as Kuhn would call it, changed. Everything was different. And the question is, because it was, for me, much more easy to try to seek some hope or positive sides or optimism or whatever in pandemics than in the war. Because here, I can't really say anything else that you said before, because I think that you were perfectly right saying that this war started years ago, and that we can talk about the hybrid form of informative war lasting since 2014 or maybe even earlier. And the question is, what can we do? Can this war be any beginning of any sort of revolutionary movement, or it is fundamentally anti-revolutionary, because it reinstalls the old order of the nation states. And here, the change of the structure becomes less possible than ever. And the question, I come to my first question, what revolution do we really need? And I think that it should be this anti-humanistic revolution. So we don't need another state revolution. We don't need another national revolution. If we only could think like Bergson when he thought about the open society, which should involve all humanity. There is no other open society for Bergson. No nation state, no union, not federation could be an open society, really. It has to involve us all. And I would go a little bit further, saying that it should involve us all who lives on Earth, not only people, not only humans, because it was our mistake for all the millenniums of our existence, of billions of years. But we have to realize that, as Tony Davis said, there is no such a crime that wouldn't be committed in the name of humankind. So we should not only change politics, we should change the very idea of subjectivity. And we should realize that the subject emerges in the relation. And as Rossi Braidotti puts it, humanism was just some advertisement for humankind, prizing egoism, individualism, dogmatism, and progress. And instead, we need some sort of post-humanism focused on co-responsibility, collectiveness, and spirituality. We should respect the global warning because we are being warned. And we get so many information from all the world that our epoch, our era is coming to an end. And I think that Braidotti's idea of thinking in terms of post-humanimals is much more broad and interesting here. And we should embrace not only this idealized ecology of pink teddy bears, but also this dark ecology described by Timothy Morton, for example. And we should appreciate our vulnerability and our fragility, not only as humans, but as all creatures of the earth. And the last thing is technology, because technology is an important issue here. And I think that Braidotti is right when she writes that technology must become a part of ecology. So we should broaden our ecological thinking and include not only animals, but create a transversal alliance of nature and technology. And this revolution, which will probably come, or is already going on, can be positive only in the humans will introduce non-human beings. Because leaving them apart and exploiting them was the greatest sin of Anthropocene so far. And you asked Professor Kennedy how far is too far, and I think that this is a very good question, because if we think in the old terms, we will never get an answer. But if we start with admitting that we've gone too far, like billions years ago, it would maybe be even, I don't know, cathartic, something like that. And I think that I'm super realistic talking about this revolution here, because as in May 1968, students shouted in the streets of Paris, be realistic, demand for the impossible. And that's the only way of thinking about the revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you addressed one of my biggest questions. Well, technology was a great hope for the people. We thought it would bring what you named some kind of post-humanism based on spirituality, community building, mutual responsibility, but still we live in what Shoshana Zuboff called surveillance capitalism. So these hopes never came true, and I think we'll talk a bit about this in the discussion that begins now. And I would like to begin this discussion with a word from our online guest, Professor of Economics and Humanities, Monika Kostera, a sociologist working at the University of Warsaw and author of many publications regarding ethnography of organizations. Czy można prosić?
sitting down around the table, and I will introduce our speakers in a while, because I can see there is a long queue before the coffee machine, but I think we should slowly start. And the queue includes our speakers, so we will have to wait a little while. Okay, so let me start the new next debate. Time for new economic policies. There was a lot of talk during our conference on many difficult contexts we are facing now, many challenges, including pandemics, including war, including the looming or actually already existing climate crisis. It sometimes feels like the most the most significant metaphor that comes to my mind when we talk about all those crises parallelly is this famous picture or a meme with a small diver and then three sharks trying to devour each other. The one is COVID, or the other is war, and the biggest one is the climate crisis. This is the situation we are actually facing now, and this is, of course, a moment in which we have to rethink many of the old established paradigms, frames of thinking in different spheres. Now we're going to talk about new economic policies, new economic paradigms. We have three brilliant speakers like to introduce our discussion, and after that we're gonna carry on within the framework of the Chatham House debate. Let's start with an alphabetical order. Mr. Piotr Arak from the Polish Economic Institute, then Minister Jadwiga Emilewicz, former Minister of Entrepreneurship and Technology, and then Janina Patelczec, PhD and the expert on social security. Okay, each introductory speech will be like around 10 to 15 minutes. And then after all those three speeches, we're gonna discuss it until 6:30. 4:30, 4:30, of course. Well, there is an Eastern European tradition of very long debates, especially Eastern European intelligentsia loves it, but we have our guests from the West, so maybe that's not such a good idea. Okay, so till 4:30, Piotr Arak, the floor is yours.
Hi, Okay, it's streamed actually. Okay, you didn't say that it's streamed. So, hi.
But just the introductory speeches, the discussion will be offline.
Okay, I didn't know that. So, I talked with Michael for a short period of time, so it's better to stand. So probably it's more interactive, especially that we all, in the sugar in our blood going right now after the lunch. So we kind of could go to sleep. So I'll try to be inviting to later Q&A and discussions, not to be just this 15-minute long speech where everybody stops listening and starts to sleep. Okay, first off, the first thing you need to know, I have a less academic, more business kind of background, so I kind of look at the state and the state interventions from a different perspective. I also, currently in my role, supervise a lot of bright people who analyze the state, the economic policies, do a lot of economic research, and I kind of try to channel the knowledge that they have, more or less, about the subject in this moment, not mine. So I'm going to use parts of our own research teams, kind of papers and things that I think are interesting in terms of the state of the economic policy debate across the globe, because we can see, and the subject here is also that it's shifting, it's changing. The role of the state, as probably many people saw after the pandemic, also somehow changed. Maybe in philosophical terms, but also in practical ones. What do we accept as an intervention of the state? And we had also issues connected with that. So that's the first point. The second point is some of bits of that for the Polish readers. If you didn't have a chance, you can buy my book. It's called Pandenomia. So, czy koronawirus zakończył erę neoliberalizmu? So, did the pandemic end the neoliberal era? So, buy the book. I'm very happy from each book that I sell, or the publisher sells, I get a hefty sum of a couple of cents. So it's always good to have a good dinner once a year because of that. So first off, there's no single model of interventionism. There is this liberalism, interventionism kind of way of thinking. State involvement in economy have various causes, goals, and results. There's a very difficult. We have a lot of difficulties in having one definition of any social phenomena, as well as with interventionism. But we have armed conflicts, financial crisis, broken supply chains, climate crisis. And these were the important factors that were leading to increased state action, which affected the market economy after in the 20th and the 21st century. The evolution of the role of the state in the economy is conditioned not only by economic factors, but also by political ones, sometimes geopolitical, sometimes it's the era of the Cold War, when we had a different point of view of the market economy. We had the Anglo-Saxon kind of free market model promoted by noted politicians, frequently cited in Polish political debate, as Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. This was the so-called, used as a criticism, the Washington Consensus after 1989, which gained an essential element of the political identity of countries emerging from the oppression of communism after 1989. In this sense, the liberal capitalism was the default option of the political business cycle for many of the countries in our region. But it might have started to come to an end in the aftermath of the financial crisis. We had the 2007-2009 meltdown. This was the moment when Joseph Stiglitz had a very famous op-ed published as "Is the crisis ending the neoliberal era?" Of course, he was wrong. It did not end. But still, we saw that the unconventional tools of economic policy on a large scale, including the bailouts, fiscal packages, quantitative easing in terms of monetary policy, saving of selected companies and issues, created this kind of different policies across the world, especially in the United States. It was also surprising because it was the Republicans in the United States which were promoting at this specific moment in crisis a very interventionistic policy because of the other option. So if they did not do, then maybe the effects would be even worse. And the 21st century interventionism manifests itself not as much of the state's, the size of the state's asset, as in the growing influence of the state of larger sectors of the economy. In recent decades, we have witnessed deregulation and privatization of state-owned enterprises on a large scale across the OECD countries. According to the calculations by The Economist, the value of state share has fallen from 14% in 2017 to almost 10% in the total market capitalization in 2020. So actually, it's state not owns the economy, it regulates it more or less, or intervenes on a large scale, it doesn't. So it's not like in the 60s or the 50s where we had big companies which were state-owned, although the whole nationalization of the EDF, for example, in France, or maybe other companies because of the energy crisis right now, could mean that we are also shifting in that direction, so of renationalization and re-ownership by the state of some specific elements of the economy. The 2007-2009 financial crisis, climate change, and the pandemic crisis have been the decisive turning points in calling for a greater role in state economy in the first decades of the 21st century. The escalation of the war that Russia has been waging against Ukraine for 8 years provided additional challenges for other economies, for other states. And in my opinion, the Russian invasion will have far-reaching consequences for the relationship between the state and the economy. And I could say that we have three kinds of elements that are the consequences of that. The first one is the growing military spending and declarations of further increases. We discussed that even over lunch with some people in the cafeteria. We have economic sanctions as a way to weaken a regime's military potential. It was used before, never in such a large scale. And measures aimed at countering the effects of the energy and food crisis as well as inflation. So using fiscal policy when we have an inflationary economic situation, not seen that often in terms of the management of such a crisis of many of the governments before. During the financial crisis, measures in the area of monetary policy were of key importance. The European Economic Reconstruction Plan amounted approximately 1.5 GDP back then. We saw it as tremendous, big, huge. And we had the loosening of fiscal rules back then, also very much moving the debate on what the state should do or should not do in terms of spending in a situation like this. There was a moment when Poland, because of a very huge deficit, was under scrutiny by the European Commission because it had, for a longer period of time, a higher deficit rate after the 2008 and 9, which caused to suspend lots of explanatory fiscal policies within this country. So still we're at the stage as in 2020 of how to perceive the deficit. And the COVID pandemic was approximate cause of the most spectacular increase of the role of the state in economy in the recent years. The European Commission had a fiscal response of approximately 3.7 trillion euros. The support of governments in the form of liquidity was 2.5. The stimulus packages were more than 500 billion euros. You know, additional ones, it's like the list is so huge, it takes a page in terms of how much money was used on different kinds of saving mechanisms and aid for recovery of the economy, Eurobonds, and the European Central Bank. in mid-2021, during the most difficult period of time in terms of the social and economic effects of the economy, the EU spent approximately 11% of GDP on these rescue packages. And what is interesting is the so-called liberal states, as the United States, for example, spent approximately 27% of its GDP in terms of this liquidity and different kinds of packages. The United Kingdom, it was 18%. German package was about 35%, and Japan had an astonishing number of 54% of additional spending or liquidity provided to companies, societies, and workers. These series of impulses increased the involvement of states and also international organizations in the market, and because of the it's aggravated by the climate crisis, which affects our far-reaching and will affect the most important sectors of economy: energy, transport, agriculture, and industry. And will also lead to changes in the lifestyle and living conditions of societies. A coordinated response to it would require a much more strategic kind of reaction by more than just one government. For example, we did a study on how much would it cost to go the same direction as the European Union's Fit for 50 kind of goals to 7 most emitting economies, representing almost 70% of the emissions across the globe. And it will cost approximately 67 trillion US dollars by 2030. So in this next 8 years, the economies would have to find a tremendous amount of new debt or new investment money provided. And these 7 emitters are, of course, China, the US, EU, Russia, Japan, India, and Brazil. And in case of the financial climate and pandemic crisis, the strengthening of the role of the state and public sector has been discussed and sometimes questioned. However, in the context of the threat posed by Russia, there is much more consensus. It is necessary to increase defense spending and bolster the security system. In 2021, global defense spending exceeded 2 trillion US dollars for the first time, and it is increased by almost 1% compared to 2020, and it's approximately more than 12% comparing to 2012. So we're steadily going in a higher number, and with the new declarations, the military complex is going to become bigger. During war, history teaches us that economies can spend approximately 70% of its revenues on warfare. During the World War I, European powers spent 30 to 60% of their income, and during World War II, it was as much as 40 to 70%, depending on the economy. So of all the taxable income that was going to the economies. And Russia's ongoing invasion led to an energy crisis. And it's rather deepening of the crisis, which had roots in earlier developments of the supply chain breaks that we saw in 2021. This unprecedented increase in energy prices has prompted both governments and the European Commission to present a package of solutions to alleviate the social consequences of an energy crisis, which is quite, from my point of view, and a typical macroeconomist point of view, quite surprising. Because why? We just have high inflation. It's the central bank's role to fight with the high inflation period. The governments should not intervene. Basically, they're even doing something wrong. They should not do anything because of the social consequences of a crisis like this. And because of this complexity of modern challenges, pragmatic ways of thinking about economic policy is gaining importance. I cannot find a better kind of example, but it's not Keynesianism, it's not Marxism, it's some kind of a different approach. And I very much liked what Martin Sandu from Financial Times wrote yesterday, saying that it's, and I need to cite, it's a policy of benign neglect. Which means that in some situations, you're going to not care that much about the amount of inflation or, for example, the size of the debt to GDP ratio. Because many of the evidence that we see say that it doesn't matter in a situation like these. And the third decade of the 20th century will be characterized as the increased role of individual states and the reformulation of international trade relations. Yeah, according to our research and what we believe and what we can see in terms of what the communiques coming from Brussels and from many of the European capitals is that the process of friendshoring, so cooperating with economies which are like-minded. I'm not saying governments, but economies which are like-minded, thinking about the same kind of approach, thinking about exchanging money, not exchanging values with warfare, is probably going to be the kind of thing that we're going to pursue. It means that we're going to cooperate with Middle Eastern economies which are willing to get money and give us products and not fight with us, which is the value that we're going to probably cherish. And this is a process that might happen. We're going to publish a report on that very soon in Paris. So I very much invite you to read that. And the most long-term visible effects of this activity of state institutions is a gradual departure from inflexible fiscal rules. In October, the European Commission is going to present its new revised version of the fiscal rules to be applied to European economies. Ursula von der Leyen talked about this in her State of the Union speech. Larger role of central banks in creating an ad hoc responses to economic shocks and the expansion of their domain, so more politicization of central banks. Weakening of the autonomy of monetary policy, more cooperation of independent banks with governments, a change in the structure of public spending towards strengthening spending on national security, securing supplies of energy sources, neutralizing negative consequences of interrupted supply chains, as the examples of many policies that are going to be implemented across the European bloc. Okay, and I'm supposed to end, I think, just right now. And despite the risks and threats involved in the increased state activity in the economy, historical examples show that crisis can create opportunities for innovation and innovate processes which are impossible or at best very difficult to accomplish in so-called normal times. Crisis creates possibilities for larger engagement of public institutions in area of scientific research, development projects, as well as a free cooperation between business, state, and research institutions as well. The state can initiate, fund, and manage large-scale research projects, which is on a positive note, besides its large interventionism that we can face. And as I said, there is no one definition. I don't know how the next decade is going to look like, but probably there is going to be more regulation, more kinds of interventionism because of the reasons that I listed here. And I wouldn't call it, and I don't know what the next panelists are going to say, I wouldn't call it an era of because we don't know. We don't know if the state is going to be as big as it used to be in the 50s, but the intervention is going to be in some ways similar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Emilewicz for her speech. Here or?
So maybe I will change the place just to encourage you also to think. First of all, thank you very much for invitation. It is a real pleasure to come here and to talk, not as a political person, but someone try to think, to grab the experience that I have pleasure to share, being on the position responsible for the economy policy in Poland during last years, but sharing with someone who think broader and wider and deeper probably about our current situation. So let me take a seat and let me bring, once I think about what to say during the seminar regarding about the state action and the deeper role of the state, I thought that maybe what would be necessary, because we bring, and there is here around is so many people who are having great models of what is going to be done, or describing what is now doing. So I will bring some examples. Maybe this is some fruits for thought to think of the actions that state is undertaking, and the shift and the broad acceptance of the deeper presence of the state institutions in our everyday life. And what bring to my mind, of course, and it was quoted by Piotr just before, the interventions that has been done by the state, not only Poland, of course, but when the COVID pandemic has started, no one, literally no one within Europe and also in the United States asked the question whether the state should be active or no. The only question was how fast and how broad the intervention is. No one really. And it was also the lesson learned from the crisis 10 years before, which was completely different. But it was also expectation and the threat that the reconstruction and bringing back the labor forces to the market is much more expensive. When the outbreak, when we would face with the huge outbreak of unemployment rate, then delivering the tools to simply abandon, to stop the process of letting people go from the labor market. So it was the first wave, of course. But the second point, and this is the example, because we are fully aware, we can describe nowadays, and it was a full description in the book, Piotr Karek book, for what we did in Poland during the pandemic, and of course the speed of action, the scope of action was unprecedented. So it was more than 200 billion Polish zlotych that has been sent into the market in the first 3 months. That brings the fruits actually, because the Polish economy, if it is not the war at the beginning of 2022, the Polish economy was really booming at the end of 2021 and the beginning, and even the first quarter of this year it was very difficult to compare the Polish scope of recovery with any other European member state country. And of course, then everything has changed after 24th of February, and this is exactly the example that I would like to bring to this discussion, just to think of rethinking of the role of the state in the contemporary world. So the 24th of February bring another accumulation of the crisis. But what I would like to say and to stress that the crisis did not start the 24th of February or even at the beginning of pandemic. The pandemic just speed up some processes, especially in Europe, on this economy level that has started many years before. I would say this first outbreak and the first sentence that has been settled publicly is the manifestation from the 2015 in France. So it was the generation that came to Paris to say that our generation discovered that we are not going in a better condition than our parents and our grandparents. So probably we are the first generation in the West, Western Europe, which realized themselves that because of many different reasons, which I'm not going to touch upon here during this seminar, this generation is not going to be in the very good position as their parents, as their grandparents was. And how? And coming to the example and coming to this the state intervention and the state expectation, what I would like to say, it is basically that the general observation is that the expectation of the active role of the state is commonly accepted. It is very difficult to find among public opinion, but also among the theoretical thinkers, that state should not be active in the situation as we come today. And I would like to quote, because we are quoting some nice notions. So the one which has been used before the crisis by Adriana Mazzucato, so this entrepreneurial state, which has been used not in the war period, but which fully describe the active intervention of the state. First, description of the state as it is, right, even before the war. And then the expectation, what is the general role of the state, it was nicely coined in her book. So the expectation of the intervention as something fully common and fully accepted is the sign of our times, I think. And the second point, that we do really accept the strong state, which means the state which is strong by its institutions. That means the institutions which are ready to be active in non-business as usual issues. So the issues are changed rapidly, even the year by year, half year by half year. So it is very difficult to have to be prepared and to do business as usual. So the strong state must be strong by the institutions who are able to digest and to digest the difficult situation that has come from outside. And the third point, which I would like to mention, this is what I tried to say to my students during last semester at the university, just to realize that we are in a wartime. We as Poland, but I would say even we as the Europe, because the consequences of the refugees, of the energy prices, shortage of food is exactly as it is normally during a war. So we are in a war as the state which is maybe not with the front line, but the consequences are exactly as during the war. So the tools and the expectations from the state should be as from the state which is involved fully in war. So, and if we observe the reaction of the institutions like the European Commission, for instance, we are analyzing, of course, the energy prices, which is something that is bothering all politicians in Europe. And if we see that the fully short, rapid answer is to have a price cap on the energy production and for the cost, and not only for the last price of the energy that is going to the market, but also to be able to analyze the cost production. So this is something also unprecedented, right? So that we are ready to intervene even on that level. But as I mentioned at the beginning, I would like to bring the example. I'm sorry. Right. The Polish example, and let's say the Polish state initiative from the very beginning of the war, from the 24th of February, and just to show the way how the state is active and what kind of consequences we have after this action. So, since the February 24th, the onset of the Russian attack on Ukraine, about 4.3 million Ukrainian migrants, mostly women and children, have sought refuge in Europe. Roughly 1/4 of them, about 1.5 million, stayed in Poland. This is the number which is more than those number of migrants who come to Europe during the whole of the 2015 migration crisis. So yet, despite the massive scale of the influx of fears about the impending refugee crisis, there were no dramatic scenes in Poland, no ethnic tensions, no shocking photos of dying children, and no immigrant shanty towns. It is now very common to hear in Poland the Ukrainian language everywhere. Yet hardly anyone seems to oppose it. There are at least 5 lessons to be drawn from these Polish examples that I would like to bring here, which is not very directly, we would say, connected with the economy, but still, if you absorb 1.5 million of newcomers, then it is absolutely that it brings a huge impact to the economy as well. And this is worth to be observed because the refugee crisis, I would say, will be sign of the time of the next decade from many different reasons. Because of the war, probably which is not going to be end in a very predictable time because of the climate changes, because of the many, many different reasons. The migration will be the sign and will be also something that the economy and the policy of the states should take it into account as probably one of the first cases. So the first lesson. Just a few weeks after the start of the war, all Ukrainian refugees could start applying for a Polish ID number. This is the entrance gate to every public services. And it was possible that we were able to issue in the next 4-6 months more than 200,000 those IDs numbers. That means that those people could enter to the healthcare system, kids to school, and people to the labor market. So once again, if we think about the state and the services, so this is a huge intervention of state. So by now, almost 1.2 million Ukrainian citizens have received their IDs and have used all public services, as I mentioned before. Ukrainians at the very beginning were also accepted to use the entire public transport system across the country, trains, tramways, metro, buses, again for free. Which definitely supported their mobility all around Poland. The second point, granting of the IDs and simplification of law on the recognition of the qualification of doctors, nurses, and other specialist workers, because also it was the very special sign of this of those refugees wave that they were really well qualified compared to the those immigration wave with the 2015. Although those people were granted with their qualifications used to be recognized by the Polish system, we can hardly observe the unemployment rate. Even today, it was announced that today Polish unemployment rate, which is 4.6, is the lowest one since 1919. So this is, although we still have more 1 million people on the labor market, the unemployment rate is the second lowest in Europe. And still those refugees can be still employed. So, and the third, Poland has opened up its schools. It was very important because, as I said at the beginning, most of those refugees, they were women and children. So if we want to let women to enter into labor market, then we should help them with their kids. So that is why the Polish schools and creches has been opened for Ukrainian children. And at the end of June, 165,000 young Ukrainians were attending Polish preschools and schools. And it was estimated that 400,000 Ukrainian school children will start their school year in September. The final number is a bit smaller, but still it is enormous number compared to the population, new school kids. The fourth, the quick absorption of the refugees into the labor market and society as a whole was facilitated by the existing diaspora. So we used to have 1 million Ukrainian people just before 24th of February. They came to Poland in the last 10 years and they simply fell very, very well here in this market. Their good experience, cultural closeness, and the social trust built throughout the years helped ensure and prompt adjustment of newcomers. So what was also interesting, because the Polish society was, before the war, very homogeneous in terms of nationality. Now we've got, let's say, 3% of minorities, so it is a tremendous change, social change. So what occurred last time, according to the polls, the Polish employees have a strongly positive attitude towards their Ukrainian colleagues. Poles consider them diligent, competent, and hardworking. And more than half of the surveyed Poles also want the refugees to have the same employment conditions and the benefits as they do. So this is also a very positive sign. And finally, the fifth point. In contrast with the previous refugees crisis in Europe, there is no single refugee camp, as I mentioned at the beginning. Millions of Poles have welcomed those Ukrainian people, and we simply open our houses for them. While local governments have soon stepped in to offer additional accommodation and many Ukrainians have found lodgings on their own, still more than half of all refugees live with Polish families, and they are supported by the government, cash transferred of almost $10 per person per day for each hosted refugees. So I would say that this Polish experience in managing refugee flows is largely unprecedented. For instance, more Ukrainians have found jobs in Poland within the first 5 months after the outbreak of the war than Middle Eastern refugees in Germany in the first 5 years in their arrival in 2015. Even the last survey simply shows that not more than 20% of who came to Germany in 2015 are now on the labor market. Of course, as I mentioned, the closeness of culture, good experience before matters, but still we see how huge intervention of state has been done from the very beginning of the war up to now to help those people not only to come and stay safe, but also to set up once again their life here, which simply also rather support Polish market than disturb it. We are now over 200 days since the beginning of Putin's criminal attack on Ukraine. The Ukraine may be last days once again, but we observed in the last weeks that the Ukrainian crisis is no longer on the first pages of the newspaper, nor is it on the top of the political agenda. So this example, which I brought here to this discussion, is just to take those two lessons. So the first one is that the intervention of the state would be stronger and stronger in the coming years because of the energy crisis, because of the war, because of the tensions between the East and the West, because of the probably, expectedly, changed structure of the power in Asia. So the constant crisis is really coming. The second point is that the consequence of this war is touching our everyday life very strongly, and the expectations of the society is that the people are really ready to suspend even the individual freedom in face of the fear of the war, of the lack of the work, and to deliver it to the state institutions to gain back the better condition of the life. If it is good or bad, I don't know. It is something that we have to bear in our minds. But definitely the role of the state is growing. And as Piotr said before, it is not that it is Marxism or Keynesianism. We cannot put those measures very easily to the contemporary time because those expectations are much more different. But those tools, when the strong state, and maybe even more in this country, when we accept the general liberal shift, the liberal way of the changing the economy, which brought full success story for the country, But definitely, we discover at the end of the day that we've been even more liberal than our economy partners, like the biggest one, which is Germany, where the intervention of the state were really very deep, even before. So today we are rediscovering the interventionism of the state in so many different reasons because we are in the war period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask Inna Petelchitz for her speech. I can, if I may, take the mic. Sorry. Oh, yeah, I got it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I will sit. I even have my presentation, but I am not an American, so I skip it. Okay, so first of all, I would like to say that I am an expert in a very narrow part of economic policy, which is pensions, private, public pension systems, and probably surprising, especially for Poles, as I saw in my research, influence of pensions on climate change. And those are the issues that I would like to talk about today. And I will try to answer quickly how pandemic, Ukrainian war or refugees influx mostly influence pensions, and how pensions can be also game changer, especially in climate context. So as for pandemic, there are a lot of research and new grants and new papers about pandemic and the social and economic consequences. I will just give a proof of what Minister Emilewicz said before from my perspective, which is institutions are working well. We can see that social security institution in Poland, which we call ZUS, worked very well. They have a lot of new tasks, and even though at the time they have a low salary, those workers, employees of social security institution, they really manage to do well job, which is really important and which shows that in the times of crisis we need state institutions and they are working well. I also said that they had a low salary at the time because what is also, I think, interesting is the fact that they have collective agreement dispute in social security institution and employees won this dispute, which means that they have a high rise of salary. I don't know another public sector workers that have such a high salary right now, and maybe it's a good experience for other workers to protest, to strike, and to tell to the government that we really need support in our pensions, especially in time of inflation and other crises. The second finding about pandemic in my research field is very obvious, and you already told that as Minister and Piotr Arak before, that in general Keynesian economic theories are still valid. When there is a crisis, we should benefit the employees who lost their work or the employer to maintain the workplaces, and it really works. It's not only Polish experience, as Piotr Arak also said before. We can see it all over the world, including in the countries like Brazil, which is, as we all know, under the president, very, very controversial, I would say. It's not the subject of today's meeting. But we can see that almost all the countries have introduced this kind of policies. As for Ukrainian refugees and the refugees in Poland, I will partly agree with Minister Emilewicz, but partly not. I would say that there were no ethnic problems. Okay, there were no ethnic problems if they were from Ukraine, but Polish government are not open for other refugees from other parts of the world, and it's a really big problem that maybe it's not a part of economic policy, but I think we should always remember about what is happening on the Polish-Belarusian border. But yes, the influx of refugees in Poland we can see also in the social security, my field of expertise, when we see, for example, the recently published Social Security Institution report about insured people in Poland. We can see that in Poland, right now, we have 60 million of people who are insured in Social Security Institution, and 1 million are foreigners. It's a huge amount of people who are contributing to our social security system. and it's amazing, and it's very good, and it shows how migration is good for our society, also from financial, but as well from labor rights, social rights perspective. The only problem is that, okay, we agree that Ukrainian workers are very good workers and we are happy to have them here, but when we compare the salary, which is the basis for the contribution, we can still see kind of discrimination because their salaries are lower than average Polish salaries. We should also remember about that. But in general, when we see how much they contribute to the system, we can once again say to our government, our people in our country, that in general, immigration is good for our aging society. That was about the public pension system, and right now the private pension system, because we almost all have some kind of capital pension system, even though Poles here didn't or have, I don't know, joined the occupational capital plans. There are 30% people who work who has joined that. We still have our money in open pension funds. Even though we do not contribute anymore, there are still money there. And my question for you is, do you know in what those funds are investing your money? So I will just say that open pension funds, almost all of those institutions have invested in the company that has built a wall on the Polish-Belarusian border. And that's the one example. The second is that almost all capital pension plans invest in fossil fuels and all the polluting industry that provoke and cause the climate change. And this is kind of my statement, but when we think about the climate change, we usually think about fossil fuels, about this black smoke above the coal plants, but we never think about the finance. But we should think about insurance, banks, other financial institutional investors, because they are driving force beyond the climate change. So what is my proposition for that? Of course, we have a lot of regulations like United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have right now a new regulation of European Union on sustainable finance disclosure, but I think it's not enough. And when we are talking about the role of the state and and other organizations like European Union, for example, I think that we should think about introducing more strict regulations on how they can or cannot invest our money. We should increase democratization, participation of the people. We should know in what our money are invested, even we are retail investor or as a trade unions who want to discuss it with the employer and financial institution. And my last idea about the change, because Piotr Arak said we need a lot of money to invest. I would say that in the world, in pension private funds, there are 40 trillion USD right now. So it's a huge amount of money that is still invested in fossil fuels. When you see, for example, there is an institution called Reclaim Finance. It's in French, so if you know French, I really recommend to see it. You can see all those banks and financial institutions that have super advertising that they are green and they are investing well, but then you can see how much money they still spend on fossil fuels. So if we start to regulate that, I think it will be the first and very important step to mitigate the climate change. Of course, we need public money, but we have also our money, because our savings for the pensions are our people's money, and we should have the opportunity to decide in what it is invested. And this is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start our discussion. Now we are getting offline, so this won't be streamed anymore, which allows us to carry on our discussion within the Chatham House formula, meaning that we can quote, but we cannot attribute the name or the author of a quotation in public or outside this room. So, who'd like to start? Okay. Okay, you got it.
Okay. Artur Wołek, Jesuit University Ignatianum. I just wanted to disturb this festival of enthusiasm for state action and enlarging the borders of state action. Well, I'm not an expert in
Dear Professor Sachs, could you hear us?
I hear you well. Can you see me?
Great. Yes, we can hear you, can see you. So the floor is yours. We are listening to your keynote speech. Thank you for attending us.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be with you. Is there any way I can see the room also? Right now I just see myself, but if there's any way I could see the participants, that would, or maybe everybody's online, I don't know.
We are checking that whether it is possible to see us, but I suppose it is.
Good. Okay. Well, I will get started. First, greetings to friends in Krakow, and thank you for inviting me to join the discussion. And perhaps, if I could, I'd like to speak for just a few minutes and open it up for discussion. This is a very complicated time, obviously, because of, as the title of your conference notes, the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the geopolitical tensions, I would add the climate disasters that are hitting all over the world. Now the tightening financial conditions because of rising interest rates in the US and Europe are making the global economy a very difficult situation and a very complex situation. In the short term, we are experiencing a kind of stagflation for the first time at a global scale since the early 1980s. So the first time in 40 years. And for me, that's quite notable personally, because I wrote my PhD dissertation 42 years ago, and it was on the stagflation of the 1970s, when we had disruptions to the global energy markets because of the formation of OPEC and boycotts of oil sales around the Middle East crisis. And I wrote my dissertation on those shocks. And then my first published book was called The Economics of Worldwide Stagflation, published in 1982. This is the first time really since then that we've had the phenomenon of higher inflation accompanied by falling output. And it's quite clear what is happening right now, although it's quite complicated as well. On the supply side, we've had several major disruptions to aggregate supply globally. The pandemic was a huge disruption. The war in Ukraine is a huge disruption, especially to Europe, but not only to Europe. The sanctions regime is another disruption. The climate shocks that I mentioned are another source of supply shocks. And geopolitics has become yet another source of supply shocks, because the United States is actively trying to decouple the US high technology sector from China. And the US is, on the one side, trying to ban the export of technology to China, and on the other hand, ban the import of Chinese electronics goods and other goods in order to build the US industrial base. So the US has turned protectionist and antagonistic to China as part of the geopolitics. If you add up all those phenomena together, that's a lot of supply side disruption. Now, on the demand side, the situation's rather interesting, because when the pandemic hit in early 2020, the Federal Reserve especially, and also the European Central Bank, increased the money supply enormously. And this was both to finance big budget deficits and to ease liquidity so that there would be no financial crisis as the economies locked down to fight COVID. And the money supply in the United States increased by $3 trillion in a short period of time after March 2020, the biggest increase of that magnitude in short order in our history. And now, 2 years later, 2.5 years later, we are experiencing an aggregate demand increase at the same time as we have the aggregate supply decrease. And that, of course, is why we have stagflation. High monetary demand combined with declining real output because of supply side shocks. And Europe is almost surely already in a contraction. The most immediate reason, obviously, is the cutoff of gas from Russia. But even with that, the European Central Bank, because of the inflation consequences, is tightening monetary policy. And this means that the supply side shock will be accompanied by demand restriction, and Europe will go into open recession, probably rather serious, I would say. At the same time, in the United States, we probably will have an economic contraction the same way. It's not so sure for the US because the US doesn't suffer the supply shocks to the same extent that Europe does. Very small, but decline. And that suggests that maybe the contraction is already underway. So this is the short-term situation. It's very hard to come out of this through demand side measures. In other words, you can't really use aggregate demand policy effectively to fight stagflation. You can fight inflation, certainly, through tightening of monetary policy, but the result is deepening of the supply side shock then, or a deepening of the contraction, I should say. The only way effectively to fight stagflation is to address the supply side limitations. And those are hard because the supply side limitations come from the pandemic, which may be easing, but still is present, from the war, which I personally believe could be ended through negotiation, but many people disagree with me, and probably many in the room, but I would still like to see a negotiated end to the war. And the geopolitical tensions between the US and China, which I don't agree with the US approach, because I don't regard China as an enemy of the United States, but it is pretty much official US policy now that China is a kind of enemy. I think this is wrong and dangerous, especially geopolitically, but also economically. So the right way to fight stagflation is on the supply side, to overcome the shocks that have caused the stagflation. But we're not really doing that, and we are unlikely to do that in the next months or the next year, certainly. I should add, by the way, that I've mentioned a couple of times that climate shocks are another supply side shock. This has been yet another year of major climate losses. In Europe, the biggest droughts in modern times. And then in Italy, by the way, followed by a massive flood because the drought had hardened the ground so much that when the rains came, it turned to flooding rather than absorption of the rainfall. In China, central China has been very hard hit by drought, and that has caused a reduction of hydroelectric power, and that has forced a cutback of industrial production. So China has had major environmental shocks. And then a lot of the poorer countries, of course, are in flooding or drought or massive heat waves, crop failures, and so forth. And none of that part of the supply side shocks can be solved in the short term. We're already in the middle of a long-term, difficult period of adverse climate change that has been built up over a century and cannot be changed overnight. The climate shocks will worsen for years to come. The best we can do is invest in precautions to control flooding or to manage water resources better, but that is going to take years, not months. So we're going to be hit by supply side shocks from the climate, certainly at a worsening scale over the next 10 to 20 years. And that will be very disruptive as well. So this is a complicated agenda, not a very satisfactory economic outlook. The major countries are not addressing it at all well, because most of these problems are quite deep and complex and would require a lot of leadership to address, and we don't have much leadership right now. We have a lot of short-term oriented politicians trying to hold on to power as the ship becomes more and more destabilized. And so we don't have much long-term strategy or thinking, and we're not really facing the challenges sensibly. My main argument that I suggest, in addition to short-term measures like ending the war in Ukraine, if possible, or easing the geopolitical tensions with China, is for our governments to adopt long-term development strategies based on the Paris Climate Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. And Europe has done this to an extent by adopting the European Green Deal, which in my view is the best existing long-term development vision of any region in the world. Because Europe has said, by 2050, we will transform the energy system. By 2050, we will transform the farm and land management system in the Farm to Fork program. We will have digital connectivity, we'll have regional research and development in Horizon Europe, and so forth. It's pretty good, actually, to have a European-wide framework of long-term action. And of course, Europe put the growth and resiliency funding to work for the 7-year period of the budget, and that also is a very good thing. Most of the world has no framework like that, and even in Europe, the framework is not as strong as it needs to be, and maybe it's going to be overwhelmed by the war in Ukraine, the macroeconomic crisis, and the energy crisis. But I think it's extremely important that Europe maintain its long-term trajectory and try to address this short-term crisis by accelerating progress towards the long term. For other parts of the world, they still need to adopt something like the European Green Deal. And I spend a lot of my time in diplomacy with other regional organizations like the African Union or ASEAN in Southeast Asia, trying to encourage them to have a Green Deal framework like the European Green Deal. And I also try to encourage my friends in Brussels to have a kind of sustainable development diplomacy to promote partnerships of Europe with the other regions around this kind of medium-term development framework. So those are just some quick observations. I hope they're relevant for your discussion. Perhaps we could have a little bit of discussion or some questions or comments, but I'd love to hear what is on your mind.
Thank you very much. We are about to finish the first day of our conference. Our participants are already after 8 hours of debating, so I believe that we are already quite tired, but maybe there are some questions to Professor Sachs. Do we have any questions? So let me ask one controversial question according to what you said about the stagflation. And if we have to reduce the consumption of resources, and we have to rethink our growth philosophy, and we are now talking about the degrowth as well, maybe a stagflation is a blessing. So it is a way out of the crisis that we are entering because of the climate crisis.
Well, it's an interesting question. You know, Europe needs to decarbonize, as does the United States and every other part of the world. So Europe absolutely needed to wean itself off of Russian gas, for example, as well as coal in Poland and other fossil fuels. So you could say that the cutoff of Russian gas is just an acceleration of the European Green Deal. The truth, of course, is that it would not be optimum to decarbonize overnight. We could end all CO2 emissions in this world by tomorrow if we stopped using electricity, stopped driving, stopped flying airplanes, and so forth. We could end up with no more human-induced emissions. Of course, it would lead to mass suffering, mass deaths, and would not be the optimum trajectory from here to 2050, or from here to anywhere, from here to the future. And in this sense, the sudden cutoff of gas from Russia, in my view, is not a benign or beneficial phenomenon. It's a very costly phenomenon. It would have been better to go step by step downward by systematically, gradually replacing infrastructure with a renewable energy or a zero carbon infrastructure, but to take 20 or 25 or 30 years to do it, not expect it to happen overnight. So I don't think the crisis is a blessing in disguise. I think it is a crisis, and of course it's a crisis in many other ways because it's a very dangerous war. It's a very damaging and costly war, but this effect on the European economy is probably going to be quite a severe shock in the short term, much more costly than it needs to be. Now, one of the things that will happen, of course, is that coal mines will reopen, and even the basic direction of decarbonization may be dropped for a short period of time. I hope that Europe doesn't lose its way to the long term, which is the correct and necessary long term, by this short run crisis. And I do hope, of course, that the crisis itself is short run, because this war could go on for many, many years, which would be quite devastating.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachs. I believe that we will discuss your comments and your interventions, but there is a question of Rocco Buttiglione, sorry.
Great.
Hi, Jeffrey. Don't you think that we ran the risk of a reversal of globalization, going back to a policy of closed commercial blocks, like those we had before the two world wars? And if we have closed commercial blocks, then the idea of Pope Francis of a piecemeal third world war seems to become more and more realistic. Because closed commercial blocks have a natural tendency to making war.
I'm very much worried about the current direction. And I put a lot of responsibility of the misdirection on the United States, actually, because the rise of China is a major cause of reaction in US international politics. Up until around 2010, the rise of China was viewed either as a benign phenomenon or just a pure beneficial phenomenon for the United States. Starting around 2010 and very specifically around 2014, 2015, US leaders began to speak of China's rise as a direct threat to the United States. And some leading geostrategists in the United States started to write that China's continued rise is no longer in America's interest. It's a very hubristic statement because it's the United States declaring it's no longer good that a country of 1.4 billion people continue to have rising living standards. But that is tantamount to what the United States said. And I watched with great dismay over the past decade how China went from a trading partner to an enemy in our media, in our speeches, in our depictions of geopolitics. And of course, we've been told every day in the United States, China's a threat, China's a threat, China's a threat. But if you say it long enough, you make your counterpart an enemy rather than a partner. From China's point of view, what they see is that Trump launched a unilateral trade war against China, and Biden continues that in the form of a technology war by cutting off China's access, or trying to cut off China's access to high technology such as small nanometer microcircuitry, which is important for various electronics, both military and civilian. And China, US went out to destroy leading Chinese telecommunications companies like Huawei and ZTE, mainly on phony grounds, mainly on geopolitical grounds rather than on real grounds. And so I'm quite worried by this. I also think this is a long story, and it won't look that way from Krakow, I know, so I apologize. But I also think the United States provoked Russia in the period after 1992, because as I watched very closely, the US drew a new borderline with NATO enlargement, and they wanted NATO enlargement all the way to Ukraine because the US political leaders viewed Russia as an intrinsic enemy. And I do not, but it is now an enemy. And we have created, I think, or provoked in part, this kind of disaster. I know how complicated that subject is, but what your point is correct. the whole rhetoric right now is we need our own supply chains. We need our own security. We can't trade with the other side. They are the enemies. And so we are consciously recreating a divided world. And again, to my mind, the US lost its nerve because the US policy after World War II, broadly speaking, was to promote the growth of the global economy, though not the growth of the Soviet bloc, but the growth of the rest of the world. And now that's not the policy of the United States. The policy of the United States is to divide the world into two blocks and to try to contain or even harm the other side. That is, as you say, tantamount to the opening salvos of World War. And Pope Francis says repeatedly, we're already in the midst of the beginnings of World War III. And Pope Francis is a very, very wise person, perhaps the wisest.
Thank you very much. You provoked us to ask questions, so I have another questions from Austin Tuncio.
Thank you. Thank you for your keynote speech. I'm Professor Øystein Tuncio from the Norwegian Institute for Defense Studies. I just want to follow up on the previous question. If we kind of, I mean, there is this debate, reversal of globalization, where we're going into an interwar period, the danger of another world war. We are certainly, going away from the 30 years of globalization. Some would argue we might enter a new Cold War. You have all these different scenarios, but let's say you could choose the scenarios. Could you find kind of a way that you can explain how China and the United States can find a way to, muddle through, so to say? Of course, there will be rivalry. I like to think of this as conflictual coexistence, where China and the United States coexist, but there will be conflicts over economics, over technology, over geopolitical issues. I would be interested in hearing your kind of views of this kind of different route, so to say. It will not go back to engagement era, but it will not go into a containment era either. Can you foresee this kind of middle way? A second, just very quickly, since you mentioned Russia, do you think if NATO didn't expand after the fall of the Soviet Union and didn't take any new members, do you think still Russia today would not wage war against Ukraine?
Yeah. Let me address both of those really key questions. I do not view China as any kind of existential threat, either to the US or to the world. So my starting point is that China is not the new hegemonic power. It's not out to rule the world. I view China as a highly successful civilization that had a very terrible 125 years from the beginning of the Opium Wars to the end of the Chinese Civil War. And by 1950, China was an impoverished country. And in the following 72 years, it has made up for lost ground. China resents the West's role in this difficult period, but it wasn't just the West. China was invaded several times by the West, especially by Britain, but also China was invaded by Japan. So the Chinese leadership perspective, in my view, is a defensive perspective, that the West is viewed as quite potentially hostile, that China is only now recovering its rightful place on the world stage, After all, China was maybe the most successful system in the world for much of 2,000 years, and China wants to recover that sense of success and security. But China is not a militarized society that is an intrinsically expansionist force, and it doesn't have actually a global hegemonic ideology. It never did. It was enough to be the Middle Kingdom and enough to take tribute from tributary states, but not to militarily dominate them. China was closed itself off already in 1433, and it scrapped its naval fleet, which was by far the most powerful in the world. China has not fought a single war beyond its borders since 1980, since the clash with Vietnam. Not a single war. China does not have a network of overseas military bases, while the US has military bases in more than 80 countries. We are a hegemonic power. China is not. And China is not in the position at all to displace the United States or the West as the new hegemon, because China is not powerful enough for that, nor is it economically successful enough. Its per capita income is still around 1/3 of that of the United States. It has basic development challenges continuing. And from now on, China's population will tend to decline quite significantly by the end of this century. The United Nations Population Division projects that China's population will actually decline from today's 1.4 billion to only 800 million by 2100 because of very low fertility rates. And China's population will have a median age above 50. And so, to my mind, this is not a hegemon. This is a country trying to develop that had a very bad period of history. They call it the century of humiliation. It's recovering. It wants to continue to recover, but it's not a fundamental threat. The United States, on the other hand, has an evangelizing mission, if I could say it. It is a Protestant evangelical vision about its role in the world. So the United States really does have a hegemonic aspiration. It says it's benign, it's for the good of the world, and so on, but it really is not an accident that the US has military bases in more than 80 countries. To my mind, this US ideology is misguided because it keeps getting us into wars. And my whole life, I'm 67 years old, my whole life has been America at war. Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Nicaragua, Iraq 2 times, Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, Libya, and so forth. So war in the US context is daily, and I don't like it. I think it's really been a drain on American society, which faces many deep challenges internally. But that is the ideology. And it comes to your second question about whether there would have been a war in Ukraine. My feeling is that Russia would have insisted on a government in Ukraine that is not anti-Russian. And by the way, the United States has done that in the Americas for 200 years and overthrown, by the way, dozens and dozens of countries in the Americas whenever a government arose that it didn't like. I don't applaud that, but I think geopolitically, it was unwise and is unwise for Ukraine at a government level to express hate of Russia. Of course, we know Ukraine is itself a divided society because it is a creation of history, and with a large, very large Russian role, large Russian-speaking population, big division between Western Ukraine and Eastern Ukraine historically, very deep historical roots of these it's actually multi-ethnic, not just two ethnicities. There are many ethnicities in the region, many killed by Stalin or deported or and so forth, but it's a complicated history. I think what Russia would have insisted on is governments that were not radically anti-Russian, radically Ukrainian nationalist. But of course, this conflict has now created exactly that kind of divide. Even Zelensky's language, not surprisingly, it's a war, but is radically, fervently anti-Russian and anti-Russian culture. And he's surrounded by many people who hate Russians and want to eliminate Russians either by ethnic cleansing even, or eliminating the legal basis of the Russian language, and so on. Okay, this is a fragile situation. We knew that we should have known that in the United States, but Americans don't know very much about anything, unfortunately, outside their borders. And what we should not have done in this situation is suggest NATO enlargement to Ukraine, and by the way, and it's really important to think about, to Ukraine and simultaneously to Georgia. Under what imagination could one think of Georgia as a North Atlantic state? Of course, it was an anti-Russian move, not a pro-Georgian move, with all respect. And it was a mistake of George Bush in 2008. I don't think the enlargement to Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic in 1999 was the breaking point. I do think that the next enlargement, when NATO went to the Baltic states, was much more of an agitation. But even then, not a decisive agitation, though a serious one. But remember that the next enlargement was Romania, Bulgaria, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Slovakia, and Slovenia. So 7 under George W. Bush. But the real agitation was 2008, which was NATO membership of Ukraine. And I try to explain to Americans without any success, I have to say, but I tell them that if Mexico announced one day that it's going to make a military alliance with China, the United States would invade Mexico or overthrow the Mexican government the next day. Right or wrong, that's what it would do. It would be really unwise for China to try to make a military alliance with Mexico. And it was unwise for Ukraine to act so imprudently, in my opinion. I could see the crisis coming for years. I told my Ukrainian friends, Russia's your neighbor, be careful. But they didn't want to be careful because Americans told them, you don't have to be careful. We've got your back. And that's what they tell them till today. Don't worry, we've got your back. But you know, it's one thing to have your back and another thing to be shot from the front. And that's what's happening right now. Okay. Which is that, anyway, just to stop, this is the real problem. We have to be much more careful. And that, in my view, it's a long and of course, emotional and difficult subject, but I think the United States just was not careful. That's my view.
Why do we? why?
Sorry, the last voice from Professor Harald
Yes.
Wedra, and after that we'll end this the conference. Okay.
Do you hear me? My name is Harold Weidra. I'm from the University of Cambridge. I try to make it brief. I heard very well what you said about the conflict scenarios and the expansionism of the US and this zeal, right, of a missionary zeal, right, let's say to export liberty and the ideology. But is the counter model that you seem to be pushing as well, which is globalization, let's say the benign trade, the benign interconnectedness that will, through economic cooperation, probably make the world a better place. Is there not something that doesn't work? And what I'm trying to say here is, what doesn't work may be that China has hugely benefited from liberalization and from economic growth, but at a certain point it wanted to put the cherry on the cake. And that was, you know, there was the saying that Mao made China one, Deng Xiaoping made China rich, but it's Xi Jinping who makes China strong. So in the end, is the global interconnectedness of trade, it cannot be a zero-sum game. At a certain point, there will be the rise of something else. The rise, let's say, of the faith in the nation that we are different, and suddenly we realize we are surrounded by these American bases all over, you know, the South China Sea. Had there not been the neoliberal interconnectedness, perhaps they wouldn't actually come to that realization that, hey, we are now at a point that we could compete with the US. Had we not become that rich, we would probably not even have realized that. So what I'm trying to say is, I mean, I could make the argument or the hypothesis that even a global interconnected world will not make disappear these rivalries and the potential conflict scenarios between states.
Okay. And before you answer, I will just pass the voice to Mrs. Maria Zolkina, who also would like to make an intervention.
Can the professor see us? Finally,
I hear you, yeah.
But can you see us?
Can you see us?
Oh, now
or
I do.
no?
Great. Yes, hi.
My name is Maria Zolkina. I am a Ukrainian political analyst serving as the head of regional security and conflict studies at one of Ukrainian independent think tanks. And I didn't plan to intervene, but I have to. First of all, because the general line which was introduced by you regarding the relations between Ukraine and Russia, role of the West in all this, just omits the very important fact of existing of a sovereign state of Ukraine and of a people of Ukraine. It's not about playing between US and Russia. It's about the will of Ukraine, 72% of which wants the country to join NATO. It's about Ukraine, more than 80% of which wants to join the European Union. And we have already tried, so I will try to put away numbers, social moods, despite the fact that this is the very ground for any public policy to be developed by the government, but at the same time, just theoretically and factually. First of all, Ukraine was not created by Russia. It is not an artificial state. Independence of Ukraine in the 20th century was declared in January 1918, 2 months after, for instance, Finland, which was part of the Russian Empire, declared its independence. Does it mean that now Russia should, with the same argument, treat Finland and occupy it? Because somewhere more than 100 years ago, it was part of the Russian Empire. Secondly, there were no clashes and divisions inside Ukraine. There were only one serious political, let's say, line where people had different opinions about whether we should join the European Union, generally integrate with the West, or we should integrate economically and politically with Russia. And do you know when this line disappeared inside the society, according to numerous public opinion polls and other qualitative research? In 2014, when Crimea was annexed, when Donbas was occupied, I was dealing with foreign policy orientations of Ukrainians, and this division line between generally western and central regions of Ukraine on the one hand and eastern and southern regions of Ukraine on the other hand just simply disappeared in half of the year after Crimea was annexed and doesn't exist anymore. Ukraine had an experience of being part of Russian empire, but at the same time, all the talks about closeness of our cultures finishes at the very moment as any foreigner starts to learn Russian or Ukrainian language and easily automatically understands that he cannot automatically speak, understand, and read the second language. This is everything about our cultural closeness, let's say. And of course, my last argument about the security options. Ukraine has already tried, despite of the will by the people, by the way, have already tried on official level to be outside of any security blocks without any even formal aspirations to join neither NATO nor any other defense alliance. It was the period between 2010 and 2014, when Ukraine had the pretty pro-Russian President Yanukovych, who had officially developed legislation, amended it by statement that Ukraine will be a non-bloc status country. And what we had decreasing of military capacities of the country, actually stealing of all these military capacities during 4 years. And in 2014, Russia easily captured Crimea and easily invaded Donbas. So that's why these references to the idea that Ukraine should be out of anything, it's simply dangerous rhetoric of selling Ukrainian territory out to Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me answer both. On the first question about whether a multi-region open world can be peaceful, this is the big challenge to be created. The realist vision of the world is that the world is an anarchic group of nations that can't cooperate. I believe that there is a different way, which is cooperation under the UN Charter and under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and that those instruments which were created after the horrors of World War II provide an alternative vision to an anarchic international system. I know that it is not easy to achieve that kind of level of cooperation. It requires a different approach, a different mindset, a different way of engaging of countries, much more diplomacy, much more discussion, much more negotiation, and that is what I believe we should be aiming for. So the answer to the first question is that it is not easy to avoid conflict, say, between major powers, or the so-called Thucydides trap of conflict between a rising power and an incumbent power. But I think that that's what we should be very conscious of, and that it is a positive sum game to accomplish that. On the questions of Ukraine, I don't agree with your summary in entirety by any means, and do believe that the approach of neutrality for Ukraine would have been the right approach, and actually was a propitious one. I think the Maidan changed a lot, but the Maidan is a complicated story. I know that the United States participated in the Maidan. I know that with my own eyes and ears for a lot of reasons. And I think that that participation was probably a provocation too. But 2014 definitely changed a lot. And it seemed to some to rule out the possibility of an alternative. But in March of this year, Zelensky himself talked about the idea and accepted the proposition of neutrality with suitable international guarantees. And in late March of this, just a few months ago, there was an exchange of papers between Russia and Ukraine that was based on the idea of Ukraine's neutrality with guarantees by the P5 countries of the Security Council plus other countries, including Germany, Turkey, and possibly some others. That, to my mind, was the correct approach and remains the correct approach, and that was Zelensky's approach in March. I have reason to believe that the United States and the UK were against that approach and did not want Zelensky to declare that Ukraine would accept a neutral status. That's not 2014. Again, that is March, late March of this year. As you know, the negotiations on one day were announced by all three parties, Ukraine, Russia, and the Turkish mediators, to be heading towards a resolution with an exchange of documents. Then that collapsed. That is a tragedy that it collapsed. So we don't have to go back to 2014 or any other time. We just have to go back to March of this year, because there was a lot of progress being made, and it was progress of the right kind. That's my interpretation. I would be delighted to continue the discussion with you. I'm sachs@columbia.edu, and if you would care to continue the discussion, I would be pleased to do so.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachs. I believe that our guests will write you and follow this debate. Unfortunately, we have to close the first day of our seminar. Thank you very much, Professor Sachs, for being with us.
My pleasure. Thanks to all of you.
And thank you all for today. And we are going to meet tomorrow at 9:30. Take a rest after a very tough day of debates. And I believe that tomorrow we'll have a fruitful discussion, and we'll end the seminar with good results and good summary. Thank you very much.